Start up the stream. Where's my drawing tablet? No. In the holder. Thank you. Time to get to it. Oh no. It really does, doesn't it, Arrow? It gives you a deep insight into the soul of man. I feel like we're close to the end. I really do. Which tells me that we're probably not. We probably got, I want to say, 2 more streams. Not including this one. So 3 more total, who knows. I've looked into the soul of man and found a severe lack of Witcher 3 videos. Oh, there's a lot of them. They're out there. That's for sure. A specific one is still in development, however. 2023-03-16. Is that the release date? Down here, is this the... Hold on. Is this the release date of the game? It can't be. No, the game didn't come out. That's probably the most recent patch. That's my best guess. Probably the most recent patch. Make sure. Set up my live notice. Yep, good to go. Howdy, Graph! Now I'm yelly? Listen, I know I have a bit of a problem with my inside voice, but I wouldn't go that far. Why are you pulsing with chat settings? Switch to non-mod settings? No, that's okay. Emote only chat, subscriber only chat, follower only chat, slow mode. Show mod icons. Yeah, sure. Show mod actions. Chat appearance. Huh. Timestamp for new messages? Sure. Show mod icons. There we go. It's the yellow jacket. Ah, I see. I thought you were referring to, like, Yellow Jacket the Hornet, which is some jelly lore of yore, shall we say. But there are no bees this time of year. The what, like the bee? The Yellow Jacket bee, the Hornet? So your sports team would be called the Yellow Jackets? I guess it would, huh? That would work pretty well. Well, it sounds too strong. Almost. I don't tend to like sports teams that have, like, very, not necessarily aggressive, but almost, like, try-hard kind of names. Like, the teams that I do end up liking are usually kind of unassuming. Jersey Killer needs to be green, though, just to troll everyone? No. I don't know that green is a great color for jerseys, usually. It's underutilized a lot in sports, I find. I usually go for reds or blues. Yellow, almost never. But green, not a lot. Howdy, Clown. Good to see you. Got some of the regulars slowly rolling in. Make it Emerald? No, that's okay. I don't want to curse my team before they've even played. Green tends to blend in with the background. You know, I never considered that. Huh. That's probably why well, not like a direct reason, but the Green Bay Packers, theirs is green and yellow. The yellow makes them stand out a lot more. Huh. Interesting. Although I guess that only matters with teams that are, you know, doing outside sports. Like if you're playing basketball, you don't have to worry about grass. You know? Either way, we're back in action, just like the Looney Tunes. Which I think I've made that specific joke about a dozen times now. And by a dozen, I mean a quarter dozen, which is 3. So, eventually I'll have to stop using it because it won't be clever, it'll just be common. But for now, I'm good to keep using it. How's everyone doing? Good to see you all. Didn't stream yesterday, I had to get a lot of work done. Not as much work done as I would have liked, but I did get a considerable amount. Well, a quarter dozen times the charm. I don't know about that one. Just been watching VOD streams. Fair enough. Like my VODs catching up, or... No, I think you've been here for most of them. Tango Tex. Getting ready for Easter with family. Oh yeah, Easter is this Sunday, which is weird. I don't know that I've ever heard of an Easter in March. I thought it was always in April. I thought that was the deal. Been watching a lot of ant videos recently, like ants as the insect. That kind of ant? We have a long weekend with 2 holidays on Friday and Monday. I have been on spring break this entire week, which has been nice. I won't lie and say that I'm not suddenly feeling anxious now that it's the latter half of that spring break, but that's just something that I learned to live with. A super cool method to dig out big holes in Minecraft with crafters and with TNT carts. Huh. I wish that I liked Minecraft. I really wish that I did. Once upon a time I did, but somewhere along the line the magic just got lost, and I didn't have fun with it anymore. I think it was the last update I remember, you know, making sense of everything and enjoying it was Wolves. And that was a long time ago. Ever since then, there's just too much going on. Also, it had a lot to do with the people that I played it with as well. I'm very much a slow-paced person when it comes to survival crafting games. And the people that I played with were always, like, rushing to get every little thing done. And so it felt like I was being dragged along most of the time. Or I was dragging them down, it felt like. Especially when we played stuff like Terraria. I actively dislike Terraria. I don't mind Minecraft, but I actively dislike Terraria because of the people that I have played it with. And just the general experience. My friend just plays Minecraft with a ton of mods. That's another thing. I don't I don't like mods in Minecraft. There is enough going on there already. I don't need a dozen other things to figure out. I like create TBH for a lot of the industrial mods. I just play Factorio. Factorio does not seem like my kind of game. It's mostly aesthetic one. I like downloading texture packs and stuff like that. That was about the extent of it. But yeah, that's about it. I think I've stalled long enough, which means it's time for me to reveal I got a special surprise. Got something new added to the model. Of course, we know this one. It's got the expression, right? But I decided, in honor of a certain special someone, and add a little something extra. We got a hat now, folks. Even more screen real estate has been taken up. She's here. Can you believe it? She somehow came back to us. And, of course, this does come at the cost of more limited expression. I don't have eyebrows anymore. They're there. They're just underneath the hat. You know, because that's just sort of where they are, right? They're at the very top of the head. And the hat naturally is going to cover up the top of the head. But, oh well. I can live with that. It's not as if the eyebrows were really that much of an expression thing. It was more so just to have that little extra signal of, oh, it's a different state. Make evil eyebrows? I don't know about that. I don't think I'm an evil eyebrows kind of guy. I don't think that I'm very evil. I think I'm a very sincere, kind, caring person. Worth it for the... Hey, why'd you phrase it like that, C8? Why'd you phrase it like that? Were you perhaps trying to get me to say it? Because I think we're less of a hard dick and more of a disco dick, personally. At least with this outfit. Alright. I reloaded the save because I wanted to see if there was anything inside of this house. There was not. There was not anything inside the house. There was stuff that you could examine, nothing I could steal from a grieving widow. Merrick isn't here yet, so you don't have to worry about saying anything suspect. Oh, he'll watch the VODs. He'll watch the VODs. He's diligent about that. This is the one. Merrick isn't here. No, I shot him a message just in case. Boulder also isn't here yet. Which makes me believe he's probably busy because he's usually right in there. How far are you now? I genuinely don't know. I think, if I had to guess, I am at least, like, 80% of the way through the game. Someone is habitually chilling next to the radio. Do I think they're all hell diving? It's possible, though if they were hell diving, they'd be in Jad's voice chat. Well, Merrick wouldn't, but... No Ruby, no big confrontation yet. Yeah, so here's where I'm at currently. Visited the church. I'm currently soft locked on that quest, which does suck a little. I'm gonna do this tonight because I want to get my lost gun back. I can't do this because I sold my oil. I don't know what I could do for this one. I need to find the beat. Which... Now I'm starting to wonder if the beat probably came from that destroyed tape that I had at the very beginning of the game, and now I can't complete that quest. Oh, hold on. The low rumble of bass beat. Your heart repeats it. Now, hold on a minute.
All the old boomboxes are there.
Hello, hello. Let me know.
Date from the start of the game was the smallest church of St. Saints. No, that's... We found that one in the fishing village.
Everything's still cool. The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed. You keep coming back.
You find the box smell.
Economical, but also trendy. Look firsthand, buy secondhand. Keep the economy moving.
I think I can... I might be able to buy everything that he has now. So there's this tree back here. Why did I hear the bass rumble around here? What did that mean? Was it coming from the sewers? Why is this so hard to navigate? I can't do any of these. All of the checks that I still have available to me are, except for this one, are no longer active. Fisherman shack, travel. I need to find something to do this entire day.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Kim's presence makes this awkward. Oh, well, I can't. Play Suzerainty at last. Oh, yeah, did I... Hold on. Did I buy that? No, apricot chewing gum. I never bought the, Okay, I want to see, now that I know more about apricot...
There it is again. The scent of apricots with a touch of cinnamon. Smells like the end of some distant summer. The surface of another planet, or some ancient temple.
And
the sun sets into the sea, but the water does not boil. Instead, it turns to liquid gold. For a moment, the world's store of precious metals seems to increase dramatically, and you are rich. There is a movement next to you, the shuffle of a small coat, warm like the evening. But when you turn toward it, there's nothing. Why are you talking to a gum wrapper?
Ancient
yes,
temple?
From the height of antiquity, a long, long time ago, millennia ago, on an island of time you can never return to.
A deep, deep breath.
Bitter, citrus, sweet. It seems to grow stronger, like a glow, with every breath you take. Whatever petrochemical byproducts they used to create this artificial flavor have bonded tightly to the wrapper. Or is that just your memory filling the gaps? Until a blossom of skin and flower petals erupts behind your closed eyes, made of toffee, cream, and distance. You just had to take a dive. Feels very, very familiar. Harry, please, you were supposed to discard it.
That's a very different way of speaking than you normally have. Apricot chewing gum scented one. You found a trace of entity who's been stalking you across the plains. The Gloom Stalker conglomeration. The shadowy organization behind your downfall. Possibly connected to the dreaded X something. Granted, it is impossible to determine its true identity, but you can remember where you first smelled its treachery. Yes. Use the Tutti Frutti gum wrapper. Reconstruct the day you first breathe in her untrustworthy atoms. Also, yeah, the Wompty Dumpty Dom Center gives me money every time I get an encyclopedia check.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Now can you tell me about these statues?
Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
Reaches the guard wire and takes the photo, holds it
For
in her
about
hand.
half a minute, in silence, she wears fingerless gloves. Her fingernails are cut short and fractured, like those of a working woman.
It was taken with a frigate not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Stay quiet. Observe the woman's
Her
expression.
mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface. She has no excessive emotions for this cadaver. Has she seen dead bodies before? It's likely.
What do you think?
Sorry.
Howdy,
I
fish.
was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars.
She points to one on the photo paper.
I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Like blooms in a pattern?
Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
What is the use of this map?
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
Where is he now?
This one's going nowhere but the morgue. This one is flown quite far by now.
I would say he's near the Arcade Islands by now, ready to exit the Insulindian and into the Pale, if I've read his home address correctly.
Travels to the dead man make.
Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder.
Points to it on the photo.
He started somewhere near here, I think.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semines Islands, then this, Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Interinsulary Age.
You said you can't read it.
I can't.
Hey!
This man was no sailor. And these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
Somewhere in an office lit by a single green
Ooh.
desk lamp, Captain Ptolemaeus Price, 58, bald and bespectacled, is writing in a ledger on his desk. Rows and rows of days and weeks, laconic remarks in a single column. Patrol, case, vacation, injured.
Laconic is a nice word. You don't see that one often. I like it.
In Martinez looking into Krenel, he writes in one. Then the man puts down his pen and rubs his temples with both hands. Outside, there is a siren. Distant gunshots on the streets of the Jamrock Quarter. Vredefort?
Hey!
Vredefort has a military academy. The Semines Islands saw a recent conflict. In Revachol, he was executed.
Man is no brother of mine. Is this a fascist line? This feels like a fascist line. Okay, we're at 5.
That makes sense to me.
Okay,
We
no,
have
we're
no
safe.
more use for a map of the waterways. Just like we don't need sailors the way we used to. This is what the custom would morph into on the Occident. Mercenary tattoos.
Okay. The only reason I was worried that it might be a fascism line is brother is very, in this game especially. Although usually it'd have the dots over it. It was Broter. That's all for the tattoos. Thank you for your
Is
help.
there anything else I can help you with?
That's all for now. Okay. Well, I can't upgrade my physical instrument anymore. Which means I can't do anything about the ice cream maker. Well, you're saying he isn't though? Yeah, and that might be like he's a foreigner kind of thing. I can click and drag. Build mural. Yeah, the only one of these that is actually... These three are the only checks that are still actually available. Everything else is gone. But it's still here. Okay. I can't put a point into this. I could put a point into empathy and see what this is about. I could put a point into encyclopedia for the stained glass window. Or I could finish this thought. I'm going to go for that. Well, let me look at what's available. Turn to the group for discussion. Help the ravers. Can't help Suna. Cell refused. Maybe she'll open up later after you've helped them set up the nightclub. I bought the spirit. Yeah, spirit is eternal. Check island for bullet traces. Can't do that one anymore. Can't do that one anymore. I'm gonna put a point into empathy. And talk to a cell. It's one of the actual one of the checks left that I can actually do. Now I need a flannel. Oh no. Time to show my true colors. Okay, hold on. Empathy cop outfit. Let's get organized. Empathy. 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 I think we're good.
Hello again.
Okay. Do I know how to progress? Or I'm tying up loose ends right now. Paper curlized and discarded.
The device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands.
Right, to sit here in the ice feeling miserable at your age or at any age in this weather, waiting for it to get dark.
She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup.
People who built this world intended for it to be better, but they failed. It's easier to live in their failure with this by your side.
The wind howls. She remains silent. It's real. Tell her.
Not a childish fantasy. It can be a real weapon against what's coming for you now.
What is?
Nothing if you got this. Don't be scared.
I know. I'll stick to it. So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer?
Is that eating me? There's nothing eating
Come
me.
on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to.
There is something that's been making
What is
my
it?
life hell. It's the plight of the working class. Everyone's just mooching off that entrepreneurial class. I think it's all these foreign people taking our jobs. People just keep putting their selfish interests ahead of the greater good.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no one understands that sometimes you gotta make sacrifices for the sake of progress. It's all very distressing.
So, the thing that's been eating you is the slow pace of social progress.
Don't get me wrong, I'm all for slow and steady progress. I just wish people would be a little more reasonable about it. No, that's probably not it. I'm pretty sure. Now, I had some questions about something else entirely. No, that's probably not it.
No, it sounds like you just got chick issues.
Now that you mention it, I found these letters I'd thrown in the trash. They might have something to do with it.
Okay. Why'd you think that?
First, they just had the faintest scent of chewing gum on them. I could still smell it under the shit. They're written in a woman's hand, and oh boy, did reading them make me not feel good.
There you have it then, chick trouble. Not political after all. Who was she?
No idea. I haven't seen her. Definitely haven't called her. I don't remember a single thing of I have done that. Hold on, I'm sorry. I don't remember.
Really?
I remember her.
You seem to be pretty upset about this chica.
Remember
Are
her
you sure
scent,
you don't
and that's
remember
all.
anything about her? Wow, man. That's some pretty strange shit. Are you sure the letters were
Or
for
could have
you?
written them to her lover. Sure, why would I have reacted so strongly otherwise?
How come you don't remember, though? Is it like some selective memory thing?
What do you mean by selective memory?
Man, when I get hurt, I just want to forget that shit, you know? That kind of selective memory.
I think it's more me getting so unbelievably drunk I completely erased all memory of this world.
Yeah, or it might be that. This one time I did so much booze
Uh-huh.
that I forgot too.
Uh-huh, booze. Uh-huh.
It's obvious she's done more than booze.
Or it might just be some psych bullshit, you know? Königstein wank.
What's Königstein wank?
You know, the psych thing they've got going on there. Rich people like it. People in Königstein are mostly rich.
I'm not sure this made anything better. So this like bullshit psych thing.
You're welcome. Might be for the best to keep that shit forgotten though. Just my opinion. If it itches, don't scratch.
Good phrase. Alright, that's it for now. Okay. Need to explore around. Alright, well, I got a little bit of experience out of it. Does Suna have anything more to say? I don't think so. No. And again, I think I'm just locked out of this quest now for good. Because I can't increase my physical instrument.
Yes, what is it? Yes? Thanks.
I'll let you work in peace. Sure you can't. Well, I know that I can drink, and that'll make my physical instrument stronger, but will that let me retry red checks? Because I don't think it will. Did I already melt the ice? I don't know, is the thing. I unplugged the machine on, like, day 2. So... then, yeah, it's melted. Then, yes, I have done that, and there's nothing else I can do there. There was a red... sorry, I meant white check for a red skill. Like... I know drinking... kind of stupid they say to melt the ice so much, and it's like a +1. Probably had the first time you tried it, does nothing. Yeah, Kim keeps saying maybe we need to wait for it to thaw out, but it's been unplugged for 4 days now. Hold on. Also, let me... these back on. Encyclopedia glasses. I can sell this, I think. can sell that. He's a cop and not an iceologist. It falls under the purview of general mechanics that he seems to be interested in. Got something to sell.
Hello, hello. Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Can sell these. Sell this postcard. Keeping this gun around has been good, so I'm gonna keep doing that. Speakers. Why not the speakers? Because the speakers are my friend.
Another time.
Speaker Chan. Anything I can buy in here?
You see rows of toy sold. A typical Martinez street
700.
light sits among assorted floor
Yeah.
and table lamps.
Doesn't look like it. Alright. Our pockets are filled with Chans. Speakers are the emotional support for our sneakers. Can't sell them. Absolutely. Yeah, you get it. I can buy all your shit now. See later.
Shine on these sunglasses. A good starter pair of a man who knows his style. Sporty and practical, officer. Good choice.
Alright.
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Gotta prepare for springtime, right?
Okay. Well, I bought all your shit, Sealang.
Everything's still cool here.
Let's see how we can arrange all these. Real quick, I'm going to take off some of my stuff to give myself an extra row to move stuff into. Hell yeah. That's right, we are min-maxing the inventory. Glasses need their own row now. From the looks of it. So we'll move you here. I love putting that here, but... Move all these down a row. Well, This is going to be a very specific switch that I have to make, but I have to make it. Shirts go under the jackets. That's just how it works. Please don't do that every time. You don't need to scroll up. I got it handled. Then we'll move glasses down so they get their own row. At least we'll move them down here. No, wait. Let's get gloves down here so they're not next to the hats. Glasses should go under the hats. Okay. This is a hat, right? Yeah. Gloves. Ties can go perfectly in between shirts and jackets. Alright. I feel very satisfied with this organization. This is quite nice. This is quite nice. It looks like shit. Got that. Take off the hat real quick just so I can see what these look like. Buff up my electrochemistry. Wreck it, Jack. Suicidal ideations. These death-tinted shades come with an odd longing for self-destruction. They're ugly. You don't even need a mirror to know this. Describing them as futile. Better get a glass of wine. What's the worst look you can come up with? Oh, baby. Hold on. I'll see what I can do. Sub-insulindic rendezvous. Sea monster vision. Inlet sea monster's soul. Truth is, you can't really see very well with the dark inspect, but you feel truly tender in this newly found deep sea plane. In this, two blue-tinted lenses sit in a bone-carved frame like they've always belonged there. Beady, suspicious eyes. What the hat doesn't even... Are you kidding me? What? It doesn't even have them. Come on. Lime-tinted cellophane appears to be poorly molded. The imprint says made in software. Okay. Hold on. Can I get another row of clothes? Almost. Damn. Okay, what's the worst outfit I can make here? Alright. No. Oh, what's going on? Here's the thing. Mesh with the kimono kind of works is the problem. Kimono with a polo, however, kind of works. Looking good, Harry. Oh, hold on. We need gloves. Looking good, Harry. How do I look, Kim?
Yes?
Oh. Huh. All right. I'm going to take that to mean that I do not look very good. Yeah, sure. Send the bug report. What is the bug?
Yes?
Now I've encountered an issue, huh? Well, I think we did it, folks. I think this is the worst we can look. I can't imagine anything being worse, considering this was so bad it broke the game, apparently. Game-breakingly bad fashion. We knew there was an issue with this specific loadout, but we never thought anyone would voluntarily dress like that, so... Okay, I didn't even actually look at the stat bonuses we got from it, though, so let me put it back on. Okay, so... +3 to drama, +1 to logic, -1 empathy, -1 authority, -1 savoir-faire, +1 electrochemistry, +2 reaction speed, +1 interfacing, +1 composure. Not bad, all things considered. Statistically, at least. Might actually be better than... Oh no. Is it better than what we're currently wearing? In some ways, it kind of is. Well, I'm also deliberately wearing pants that do not give us a bonus just for the fashion. You know? I could very easily wear these just because they give me +1 reaction speed with no downside. Alright, well, back on the beat. Where to now? Oh, let's go to the bookstore. Fashion is the true dynamic difficulty slider. You can wear the good stuff at the cost of your dignity. I have to... Alright, well, speaking of at the cost of my dignity, Kim, do you have anything to say about this?
Yes?
No? Okay, good. Kim doesn't mind. Alright. What can we buy in here? Hold on a minute. How did I miss this? Gift books and molten candy.
The display rack is brimming with worn
Man
paperbacks
from
featuring
Heimdall.
an extremely
Heimdall.
muscular, sword-wielding...
Devil Woman. That's what that was about!
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
Suzerainty.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposedly stalwart Vespertine detective, Dick Mullen.
I have to get the Dick Mullen book.
Shelves full of bio...
Disco Elysium fashion system is funny because it's just wearing my lucky shirt made real.
This bookstore is...
And sometimes it literally makes you real. Okay. Can I buy everything?
Yes?
No, not you, Kim. I'm trying to buy a board game.
A small mountain of colorful...
Wonderful choice,
Hi,
sir. A
Suzerainty.
wholesome family game.
It's 25.
The display rack is brimming...
Yeah, I
with
can buy
worn-
everything. You're gonna point at you and ask, is that the real Dick Mullen? You'll be able to fully convince them with your wealth of Dick Mullen trivia? Absolutely. Let's find a good spot to read. But first, a board game. A civilization building board game where you get to choose a nation and set off to colonize and exploit other cultures. The star-shaped note on the box proclaims the game now includes a completely new genocide option. Let's see. What sort of skills would I need to play a game of this nature? You know what? We're gonna let our friend take the wheel. I'm surprised this doesn't buff up electrochemistry. Got a +4 to electrochemistry. We're ready to roll. -1 to savoir-faire. No, put the hat back on. Sorry, can you take off the hat for 1 second? I need to see lovely glasses. Of course. Or did you mean these ones? Bastion. Oh, so this is just a straight upgrade. Game threshold, half-light. Is that all I can get for electrochemistry? Seems like it. Well then. Let's game.
In your hands, you hold a brand new copy of the game, Suzerainty. It's snugly wrapped in a skin of plastic.
Oh, hell yeah.
The cover features a charming illustration depicting a mass of grinning laborers loading goods onto a ship, while a richly dressed administrator oversees their work. The exact location and time period are left deliberately vague, but it's clearly meant to represent the economic relationship between the Revacholian suzerainty and its many vassals.
Okay.
Good thinking.
I need to wear my encyclopedia glasses because I could make so much money playing this.
In your hand, the cover, the exact location and time period are left. The box has a nice heft to it. You hear the rattle of individual wooden tokens and feel their weight shifting back and forth. What treasures wait in store for you? Even before you open it, you can tell that this will be a meaty game of grand strategy and complex player interactions.
Remove the plastic,
The plastic wrap rips off as easily as a bodice in a tawdry historical romance.
Electrochemistry, you don't have anything to say about that? Open
There's a
box.
hiss as the lid slides off. Inside, you find a thick, full-color rulebook and more than a dozen pouches of various wooden components. Savor that new board game smell.
Hell yeah.
A mix of wood, paper, and ink, all wrapped in the sweet must of cardboard.
Read the rulebook.
Welcome to Suzerainty, a game of economic strategy for the whole family. The rulebook is sumptuously illustrated and thick as a Gradian novel.
Economic strategy, more like rapacious plunder and exploitation. Finally, a proper game to teach children about the importance of trade in the global economy. Keep reading.
The instructions are opaque at first and introduce many concepts you're not familiar with. Fortunately, there are many diagrams and examples throughout.
Have I ever played a European board game? Probably. I'm assuming this one is based on a mix of Risk and Civilization, considering the new genocide option joke. I don't like either of those games.
You soon figure out the basic conceit. Each player represents an administrator for the suzerain of Revachol. Your objective is to increase the suzerain's wealth and renown by accumulating victory points.
How do you accumulate victory
That's
points?
where the suzerain's vassals come in. The game features 4 vassal nations, each one home to an economically important resource. Each turn, the player collects resources from vassals where they've placed workers. They may then rearrange their workers, fulfill contracts for coin and bonuses, or build structures back in Revachol.
Okay.
As you leaf through the pages, your eye catches on a sidebar labeled Advice for Beginners.
Read the advice.
Remember, there are many paths to victory in suzerainty, but successful players will find one strategy and commit to it wholeheartedly.
How is the winner determined?
The actual scoring system appears infinitely complex, with a series of tables and appendices required to compute each player's final victory point total. You skip that part for now.
Examine the
You
components.
open up a number of pouches containing wooden tokens. There are also several punch boards with other cardboard components that will need to be punched out before you can play.
Check out the wooden
In
tokens.
addition to the worker and building tokens used by each player, there are also several piles of colorful resource tokens, each representing one of the game's 4 principal resources. From the Empire of Sefre, orange apricot tokens.
Oh no.
From Ilmarat,
Why
the
is it always
ancestral name of
apricot?
Ilmarat, gray marble block tokens. From the Seminine Islands, white sacks of sugar tokens. And from Supramuindi and Sarah Maritza, magenta tokens for unprocessed cocaine leaves.
Magenta Horizon?
Oh, those are nice.
Oh, punch out the cardboard pieces.
Each
one by
cardboard
one.
token makes a satisfying
That's nice.
as you pop it out. Soon, a neat pile of cardboard coins and counters has accumulated before you.
What? You're not going to offer to let me punch any of them out?
I'm sorry, Kim. It wasn't an option. I absolutely would have let you. I apologize. Put the
You
components
hold
away.
the open game box before you.
Hey, Kim, want to play?
The lieutenant looks over the rulebook before he sees something that makes his eyes go wide.
Holy shit. The average playing time for this game is 1 to 6 hours.
Hell yeah! That's exactly what we need.
I'm not sure we can afford to set aside that kind of time for a game.
Hold on 1 second, Kim. Would a change of clothes convince you otherwise? How can I increase my suggestion? Something, anything. Shit. Come on.
The suzerainty box is heavy and slightly awkward in your hands.
Kim,
You
please.
give it a light shake and feel the pieces shift around inside.
Please, Kim, please. Please, 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 please.
What is the
Yes!
if not an elaborate game?
Yes!
You need logical inference, attention to detail, the ability to analyze your opponent's motives.
Come on, it might help us think of more creative solutions to the case.
I do feel like my thinking has become somewhat rigid. Maybe a little diversion to keep the mind limber.
Absolutely,
Just what's in
yes.
order.
That's certainly what this will do.
See? He's doing the hard work himself. All he needed was a little nudge.
Shall roam, etc., Kim.
Alright, you've convinced me. How do we play?
I read the rules already, I'll show you.
You explain the basic setup procedures to the lieutenant, who seems to be a quick study. You each take your bag of tokens and counters and unfold the board between you.
This isn't a genuine board game experience. How long did it take to explain the rules? An hour hasn't passed. This isn't right.
In the center is the crown of Revachon. Radiating outward are her colorful vessels, each one supplying some raw material desired by the suzerain. Apricots from Safre, archaeological treasures from Ilmarat, sugars from the Seminine Islands, and magenta cocaine from Supra Muindi and Sarah Maritza.
Unfortunately, I don't think the italics show up on the chat replay, which sucks, but oh well. Also, I don't know why it's going to take me the entire playthrough before I make this change. There you go. I really don't know why that took me so long. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little embarrassed that I didn't think of it until now. You did it earlier and described it was wrong? No, I put it in the top left of the screen. I didn't consider just putting it on top of the UI here, which makes much more sense. Hold on a minute! I knew something wasn't right.
There's also a neat little log to keep track of your progress, in case you need to put the game away and return to it later. The lieutenant goes first. He draws a contract card and moves several of his workers to the Safre territory of the board, and the others to the Seminine Islands.
Alright, detective. Your turn.
You have a few options available to you. Will you try to fulfill contracts right away, or rearrange your workers to maximize production on future turns?
Oh shit.
Remember what the rulebook said. You'll want to choose a strategy early on and stay committed to it.
Don't do this option. Fill contracts right away or rearrange workers. Try to fulfill a contract.
You draw a contract card offering a number of coins in exchange for archaeological treasures. You place all your workers on the Ilmarat territory. On your next turn, you produce 6 units of archaeological treasure and fulfill the contract for a handful of coins.
Not bad, detective.
But not good enough, the lieutenant seems to be
Oh
saying.
no.
As he completes his own contract card, the lieutenant is rewarded with 4 coins and a round wooden token that he places in the center of the board.
That's a market. It's worth 2 victory points.
Or silently. All right, I have to play this accurately. So I'm gonna say nothing. Observant. All right, when I'm losing in a competitive game, I get very quiet.
The lieutenant returns your baleful look with a satisfied grin. Come on, is that your game face? You're practically broadcasting your position to the lieutenant with that expression. Glancing over the board, you see several possible strategies. Pressing more workers into service would increase your economic output and help you to survive a possible conflict with the lieutenant. Or you could ignore your labor supply and focus on fulfilling contracts for points and resources. What do you do?
Contracts. Stick to it.
Who cares about workers or territories when the real action is in Revachol? You spend your turns fulfilling contracts for sweet coins and one-time bonuses. After several turns, you have a neat pile of cardboard coins and several units of archaeological treasure, which you trade in to build a museum.
Hold on I just need to check something. Okay. I was scared for a second.
You place a cylindrical piece of wood on the Revachol section in the middle of the board. It's meant to stand in for a beautifully adorned edifice filled with ancient wonders. This is more or less
Hell
what
yeah.
happened in real life as well. To this day, if Ilmarans want to see their nation's priceless treasures, they have to visit Revachol, or Gottwald, or Sur-le-Clay.
Okay, just checking.
Well played, detective. That museum is worth 3 victory points.
Now it's the lieutenant's turn to respond. He moves
Game's
aggressively
practically
onto the
paid.
Saffron territory. Soon, his workers are
It's a
producing
+2
a
C8,
steady
good
supply
stuff.
of extremely valuable apricots.
Hey.
For several turns, you struggle to respond to the lieutenant's burgeoning apricot empire. Eventually, you relocate the majority of your workers to Supremawindi and Saramaritsa, where they begin producing a bumper crop of cocaine tokens. You draw a new contract card. According to the text, there's an aristocrat willing to trade a large supply of cocaine for a number of
No
coins
way.
and access to a rare bonus. Amplified music worth 7 victory
No
points. Oh yeah, baby. Cocaine and rock music go together like cocaine and rock music.
For once, electrochemistry, I think you're steering me in the right direction.
You know, this isn't unlike the situation the historical Revacholian suzerainty faced in Safre in the middle of the last century.
Hold on. Why are you two teaming up? Tell me more.
Well, the suzerain was looking for new markets for all the cocaine it was producing, and it settled on Safre. By introducing cocaine into Safre under exclusive contract, the suzerain created an extremely valuable captive market for an extremely addictive product.
That's fucked up.
If you could somehow get the lieutenant's workers addicted to your cocaine, you could not only make them less productive, you would also force the lieutenant to pay you for your cocaine tokens each turn.
Can you even do that?
Yes, you can. It's right there in the rules. You've reached a critical strategic juncture. How do you respond to the lieutenant's aggression?
Sorry, Kim. You're not gonna like this. My brain just had the team of a century, and it's fueled by cocaine. Lieutenant's face goes stony as you take your turn. He does not appreciate you getting all of his workers addicted to cocaine.
With each passing turn, you slowly bleed the lieutenant of coins as his own workers become less productive and more dependent on your magenta cocaine tokens. As a matter of historical fact, this is almost exactly what happened in Safre. To this day, fully half of the former Safre Empire remains dependent on international aid. in exchange for a steady supply of cheap produce.
Let's share this interesting fact with Kim. Isn't this what they did in the Apricot Suzerainty in real life?
More or less.
And says, but he's thinking less about matters of historical wrongdoing than how to get out of the jam you've just put him in.
Realizing victory is slipping away, the lieutenant launches a desperate gambit. Protectionism. By erecting tariffs on your cocaine, he hopes to starve you out of the market, at the risk of incurring the suzerain's disfavor. The end game is upon you. Do you escalate the trade war with the lieutenant in hopes of crushing him with your economic might? Or do you ignore his aggression and focus on building the mighty victory column structure in Revachol herself? Alternatively, you could throw the whole game away by trying to build a public education system for the children of your workers. The choice is yours.
Oh, man. Huh. By wrecking terrorists on your cocaine, he hopes to starve you out of the market with the risk of incurring the suzerain's disfavor. It's on, Kim.
The lieutenant nods gravely as you erect tariffs against his apricots and sugar. This is going to get ugly. With every turn, tariffs are raised until neither you nor the lieutenant are producing any income or generating resources for the suzerain. Even in the best of cases, it's impossible to really win a trade war. But this is far from the best case, and the lieutenant's apricot-powered economic engine crushes yours.
No!
Soon, your coffers are empty.
No!
And lie strewn with your worker tokens.
I hope you learned your lesson.
Never get involved in a trade war in Insolinde.
Never fuck with skinky Soraya. Now, let's tally up the scores, shall we?
Damn!
Computing the final scores is almost a game unto itself. You each spend an inordinate amount of time making stacks of coins, consulting tables, and struggling with basic addition and multiplication. After double, then triple checking your maths, you have your final score. -5 victory points.
Huh?
You'll be lucky if the suzerain doesn't have your whole family executed for such a pitiful performance.
Damn!
I've got 15 points.
What?
Don't look too glum, detective. There's always next time. Figuratively, I mean. There's no way we have time to play this game again. Now, let's...
Come on!
You hold the open game box before you.
Put the game away. I got my shit rocked. Well, if playing this board game has taught me anything, it's that real winners commit to fascism. Looks just like us. Okay, what time is it? Still only 14. I thought this would take 6 hours. Kim! Oh, it was 1 to 6. That only took like 2.5. Alright. Time to read my autobiography.
In your hand, you hold Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity. The brittle paperback feels fragile to the touch.
Examine the cover.
The story...
No!
opens
No! No! No!
with a
No!
knock
No!
at the door. Detective Dick Mullen is greeted by an old friend, Charlie Spillane, who's come to Mullen to ask a favor on this dark and cold night. Spillane needs Mullen to drive him in from Vespa to a small town along the Insulindium coast. Despite his friend's apparent agitation, Mullen does as he's asked, then returns home, where he passes out drunk, as he does most nights. An extremely unprofessional and hurtful stereotype that's offensive to all upstanding officers of the law.
Electrochemistry is going to say, actually, it's extremely cool and awesome, and we're just like him. At least we get our drink on.
But also extremely accurate in your case.
Okay, I wasn't expecting you to be so fucking stoic for a second there. Hey, I'm trying at least.
Give it time. You'll fall off the wagon sooner.
Hey, come on!
2 days later, Mullen is arrested by the Vesper police and charged with the murder of Charlie Spillane. At his interrogation, Mullen learns that Charlie Spillane was shot in a bar in the very town Mullen dropped him off in by a man matching Mullen's description. Desperate to clear his name, Mullen manages to convince the Vesper police to release him for 3 days so that Mullen may solve his friend's murder and prove his innocence.
The cops released their prime murder suspect so we can find the real killer. Are you shitting me?
What's the matter, detective?
I don't know how he's writing this shit, but I get the feeling they aren't experts on homicide investigations.
The lieutenant shrugs, resigned to the idea that his profession will rarely, if ever, be accurately represented in art and literature. They're not shitting you, detective. This is what the writers think passes for police procedure.
Okay, so Mullen didn't do it.
Of course, Mullen didn't do it. That's the whole premise of the book. Anyway, Mullen returns to the seaside bar where Spillane was murdered and meets a beautiful, mysterious woman named Diana Deneva.
Nice, dame.
And not just any dame. She's truly one in a million, a knockout whose mind is as dangerous as her curves. But she's got a secret.
Man, who doesn't?
Secrets are the currency of human relations. Your secrets are unknown even unto you. So does that make you a rich man or a beggar?
It's a good fucking line there. Why is that volition? Now it's getting interesting.
Deneuve reveals that she was Spillane's lover and that he was mixed up with a local amphetamine smuggling operation. As soon as Mullen begins pulling at strings, the whole conspiracy begins to unravel. Not only is the local police captain in on the amphetamine ring,
no,
so is the son of a powerful politician and a strung-out art collector named Torvald, each of whom has his own reasons for wanting Spillane dead.
Tell me about the corrupt police captain.
Outwardly, the old police captain is a real law and order crypto-fascist, a barrel-chested man who's beaten his share of suspects to pulp. But he's also dirty and increasingly paranoid that someone's going to expose his role in the drug ring. He would certainly have the motive and the means, but the captain walks with a noticeable limp from an old war injury. Is it possible that he was able to conceal it long enough to commit the murder?
I want to hear about the politician's
A
son.
typical privileged twat. In all likelihood, he's just in over his head. He does bear a personal grudge against Spillane, though, a former prosecutor who nearly brought down his father's administration. The kid doesn't exactly have Dick Mullen's manly build, but he is the correct height. And while interrogating him at his home, Mullen did notice a certain overcoat that looks suspiciously like his own.
Was that about an art collector?
Torvald, the art collector, is a strung-out mess.
He has
Frankly,
a name.
It's hard to imagine him holding a pistol steady enough to actually hit someone, let alone plug them 3 times in the chest the way Spillane got did.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess it's Torvald because he has a name.
That said, Torvald and Spillane have a long history, and while interrogating him, Mullen discovers that Torvald was once involved with Diana Deneuve. Could it be that this is all over a sordid love triangle?
Let's get on with the story.
One evening, Diana Deneuve comes to Mullen's hostel room in tears. The two of them drink half a bottle of vodka, and soon they're seeking comfort in each other's arms.
Electrochemistry, this sounds like your kind of novel.
Yes, comfort and pleasure. The warmth of another human's touch. The burning taste of liquor on her full, sweet lips. Well, that testimony won't be admissible any longer.
How does Mullen expect to solve the murder if he's sleeping with witnesses? Nice, get it, Mullen. I'm not sure I'm happy with this, but maybe the story will turn it around. Someone who has fascist beliefs but only talks about them in ways that give them plausible deniability, such as euphemisms and double meanings. Interesting. You know what? I'm gonna let electrochemistry guide me on this one. Nice, get it, Mullen.
As the two lovers share a post-coital cigarette, Deanna Deneuve turns to Mullen and says, "By the way, Dick, there was something else I meant to tell you. I love you. Always aim for the center of mass." Whatever it is, Mullen never hears the words. A blow to the base of his skull knocks him out cold instantly.
Can't trust a dame.
Who can you trust in this wicked, messed up world?
Your partner.
The lieutenant gives you a quizzical expression in return. You go back to the story. When Mullen comes to, Deneuve is dead on the hostel bed next to him. To make matters worse, his clothes are covered with her blood.
Double fuck!
Mullen trashes his blood-stained clothes and flees the hostel, knowing it's only a matter of hours before the cops discover Deneuve's body, if they haven't been tipped off already. Fleeing a crime scene, destroying evidence. Even if Detective Mullen didn't commit the murder, he should be facing years behind bars. Dick Mullen won't be sent to the clink for the sake of some legal niceties. The heat is on. If Dick Mullen can't solve both murders before the cops catch up to him, he's going away for life.
Oh no.
Can you solve the case before the cops close in?
Wait. I've got some questions first.
What is it, Detective?
Why does everyone close to Dick Mullen wind up dead?
It's a dangerous line of work, but somebody has to do it. That's why Dick Mullen never lets anyone get too close.
Why did Dick Mullen become a detective in the first place?
There was never a time when he wasn't a detective. He was born a detective.
Was I not born to be a detective?
For a moment, you cease to read the story on the page and see the book for what it is. A collection of brittle, cheaply printed pages held together by glue made from the hooves of horses.
Half-Life?
From nowhere,
Musical
you
instrument.
hear the screech of sneakers on a waxed floor, and you feel the burn of rope against your hands. Are these figments of some other life? You won't find the answers you're looking for here, in other words.
So why bother solving crimes when the world is so evil?
Is it really so evil, Detective?
Yep, it's pretty fucking evil. Maybe not, there are parts
Like
of
what?
Pleasure of contemplating art, the sweet taste of a good cigarette, which I still need to find. No! No! Friends and
Do
family.
you even have those?
I've got Kim.
Just make sure you don't lose him. You'll not find another like him. It's true in more ways than you know. But then, what does this book know? It's just a poorly made piece of pulp garbage made to be consumed and discarded.
I don't have any more questions.
So
I figured it all
who
out.
did it, Detective? Who killed Charlie Spillane and Deanna Deneuve?
Communism killed them. Love did them in. Dirty police captain, the junkie art collector, the politician's twat son, Dick Mullen. I think it's a junkie art collector.
Could be. Who knows? Only one way to find out.
Finish the book.
You begin furiously flipping through pages. Even as you know these books follow a series of well-worn tropes, you find yourself completely engrossed. You're turning pages so fast, you don't even notice the ancient spine coming unglued. You try to grab the pages as they come loose, but your fingers aren't quick enough. They're gone. Dozens of pages scatter across the floor. The last fifth or so of the book seems to have been lost.
How?
It's possible that you could gather and reassemble the pages, but it would take way too long.
We're inside! Stupid old horse glue!
Ah, yes. The problem with mass-market paperbacks. They are not made to last. Perhaps this is a sign that you should get back to solving your own murder, huh, Detective?
Don't forget,
Electrochemistry, yeah.
it could have been the delirium tremens. In your hand, you hold 4/5 of Dick Mullen and the mistaken identity. The cover
on the cover.
features a pastiche of different scenes. In the foreground, a man in a dark overcoat clutches a pistol to his chest. Rising up behind him are two silhouettes wrapped in a passionate embrace. The tagline reads, "Detective Dick Mullen must prove his innocence after an old friend is murdered by someone who looks just like Dick Mullen." That seems to sum up the premise nicely.
Spitty Dick horse.
Needless to say, it violates nearly every RCM regulation for a detective to investigate a murder in which he is a suspect.
Uh-huh.
Are you really reading that, Detective?
I really didn't know who this Dick Mullen
Good
guy
luck
is.
finding it. He's not much of a character, I think you'll find. Just a stand-in for the reader.
Okay, well, I'm sad. I wanted to know how that ended. And I feel like, in these conditions, it's perfectly reasonable that I would have been able to gather up the last fifth of the book. I think there's a whole bit with wind blowing away the pages if you read it outdoors. So you mean they have a specifically different scenario if you do read it outdoors, but if it's indoors, they're just gone? I don't like that. They despawn? Damn. Book gnomes got him. They got him. Kim? You want to talk?
Yes?
No response.
No?
A moment passes.
Yes?
Kim? You want to talk in here? Okay, what's up?
It's dark.
Oh,
And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand.
okay, tutorial moment. Gotcha. Fair point. Yes, totally
Right.
obvious.
Now let's get to it.
Okay.
It's dark. And the
Okay, got
flashlight
it.
works a lot better if you hold it right.
My bad. Tutorial dialogue near the end of the game. May have scattered under the tables. It's still inside. There's no way you could lose all those pages. Excuse me, ma'am.
Oh, it's you again.
Can I buy another
I'm
die?
sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can only produce one die per customer.
Never mind. Bye. Alright, I thought maybe I'd be able to use that to unlock something. Especially considering the first die that I bought unlocked a check that's no longer available to me. But, that's fine. What else can I do? I can put my flashlight on first and foremost.
A small mountain of
You know what?
colorful board game boxes.
If you say so, but you better stay away from those immoral occult rituals.
We're doing this right here, right now, Kim. Let's fucking go. We're all. A high pasternal fantastique populaire board game, illustrated with bucolic vistas and featuring odd-looking humanoid creatures. It's the 3rd edition Mega Settings Supplements module and can't be played without the main game. Can't be played without the main game!
Large letters on the front form a title. Wirral. The colorful box is illustrated with bucolic vistas. The cover art,
Okay,
also
examine the
text
box.
underneath the title in smaller typeface, reads 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements module. The side panel adds a sword and sorcery adventure board game with new maps and miniatures.
Look at the back.
A blurb on the back reads, tired of the tedium and toil of modern life? Escape to Wirral. Leave behind e-solas and nations with their petty squabbles. Discard electricity, magnets, and boring technological widgets. Succumb to a world of high pasternal fantastique. Unleash your imagination and create an adventure of endless possibilities. Discover the terrible secret threatening Wirral. Can your band of adventurers save the world?
Yeah, we're ready to take on this challenge.
Exactly. That's the spirit. All you have to do is read an intricate rulebook, study an assortment of maps, unfold the illustrated game board, and start rolling dice. In no time, you could be romping through grasslands with low-level characters, hunted by Iskala riders, or battling unspeakable monsters in endless dungeons fraught with danger and despair, conjuring up forceful magics to aid your quest. Text
Hold on,
and
shake the box.
mysterious things rattle inside. What could they be? Dice? Plastic miniatures? A fantastical alternate world full of magic and wonder? None of that witless man from Heimdall, fascist dross, hidden behind faux realistic allegory. Wirral is no cliche-ridden apologia for colonial violence. Wirral is pure imagination.
Sounds like a dicey thing to play.
A colorful box with the title.
Chat, I need you
Wirral
to attack
in
this
bold
chatter with
letters.
-2s.
It's
Immediately,
you pry
go.
open the box, Inside,
followers.
you find a folded-up map, a small booklet, a 24-sided die, and a little plastic figurine.
Look at the map.
A reprint of a crude
Merrick, you've betrayed me?
map. The top left corner reads, Lands of Wirral. The map features both small villages and mid-sized towns with odd names, in addition to meadows,
I refuse to
forests,
call the violence.
hills, lakes, and seas, also with odd names.
Do I have no power here? Does my authority mean nothing to you people? Is it the hat?
It doesn't seem to correspond with anything you've seen thus far.
Is it the hat
It's not
that's
a
making
very
you not
helpful
want to
map.
follow my every word? You can be honest. Local streamer tells his audience to attack someone because of a great joke. Your authority is pretty low. Yeah, compared to my other stuff, yeah. Bonus from thought. Oh no. I just love being contrarian. Well, that does make sense. We are all holdovers from Joseph Anderson here. Look at the booklet.
A quick guide to the magical races of Wirral. Create your own hero, choosing from any of these completely unique and fantastical backgrounds.
Makes you look like a certain unserious Expanse character. Oh no, I still never watched The Expanse.
The options are in order of importance. The Welkin, the Tweog, the humans, the fairy folk, and the pygmies.
Completely unique and fantastical, you say? Read about the
The
Welkin.
Welkin, tall, lithe, and graceful,
elves.
with long flowing hair and pointy ears. They're known for being powerful magic users, but can also hold their own in a brawn-driven fight. The Welkin come with a variety of exciting sub-races. High Welkin, Forest Welkin, Lake Welkin, and Snow Welkin. But if you're not feeling experimental, a basic Welkin will always do.
Read about the Dwargar.
A grand race of industrious mountain people. They're short, stout, and muscular, and enjoy digging for gold and other precious minerals. They're also well versed in the art of combat, where they prefer to use axes and hammers.
Completely unique and fantastical.
The Tweog also come in a few different sub-races. Hill Tweog, Shield Tweog, and Dark
Shield
Tweog.
Dwarg. Read about
They're
the humans.
just humans. What else is there to tell? They're average in all stats, and jacks of all trades.
Read about the fairy folk.
A very small race of flying people, known for being mischievous, full of trickery. They often lure people into their magical traps. There are no sub-races for the fairies.
It's called The Expanse because it's about inflation? Oh no. What kind?
The
Read about
least
pygmies.
popular
Attack this...
of the
Yes!
brown
Attack!
races
Attack my minions!
are
Attack!
thick, rotund, and dim-witted. Pygmies live in small villages made of shoddy wooden dwellings. They spend most of their days tilling the earth and smoking their pipes. There are no sub-races for the pygmies.
Look at the die.
It's made from some sort of wood and has been decorated with peculiar plant motifs. You don't know much about dice, but this one looks pretty damn fancy.
Pretty close to leveling up here. Take the
You
die.
place the die into your pocket. It's always good to have luck on your side.
Look at the
A
figurine.
colorful box. You pry
at the
open. You
figurine.
see a man in ragged clothes wearing a lopsided hat and wielding some sort of a firearm.
Huh? Lopsided hat, you say?
Interesting. A communard.
A what?
A communard. One of the leftist revolutionaries in the anti-centennial revolution.
Doesn't sound very we're all
It
like.
is not. The communards are not a part of the game setting. I guess someone misplaced it during the packaging process.
Does that mean we can't
I
play?
have a feeling the figurines are more there to set the scene than anything else.
Take the figurine.
You pick the figurine up by the base to meet your gaze. The little plastic man stares back at you, his face contorted into a disturbing shout. Then you pocket it.
Close
A
the
colorful
box.
box.
Okay, we got some knickknacks from it. Take a look at the map. See which white checks it. There's a chance. There's a chance. We have another one now. Figurine set, Headless Fallon Rider, Revolutionary. Please. Well, it's not the ice cream maker. Okay, so, yeah, looking at the checks that are available to me, it seems as though actually none of them have now been opened back up as a result of getting that die. All of these were available before. Nothing has changed. Well, that sucks. Let's buy the last
The
thing.
display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks.
It is a bestseller for a
The
reason.
Man from Helmdall. Let's get to reading. The Man from Helmdall and the Devil Woman. The frontispiece of this old paperback features a muscle man in chains kneeling before a salacious-looking woman on a regal seat. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. It's gotta be pretty fucking abstract there. A bonfire lies between the throne and the man, casting shadows on the wall, and the shadows of the vixen's headdress look like a pair of demonic horns.
The edges of the pages are worn and smudged. A lot of people have read about the Devil Woman's altercations with the Helmdall man.
Look at the back cover.
The jacket copy proclaims, "Man from Helmdall returns in his most exciting adventure yet. After crashing into a strange jungle, cannibalistic natives abduct his only surviving comrade, Noble Tyribald. Before Man from Helmdall can mount a rescue..."
Reduces the difficulty of stopping the expression by 1. I see. Well, aren't I so glad that I bought this game set and got that die on day 6, 4 whole days after I maxed out electrochemistry, so that I could stop the expression.
He is ambushed by a tribe of female warriors and taken to the ancient citadel of Cloud City, where a mysterious and wicked queen rules supreme. Will Man from Helmdall be able to escape his dire situation and find his missing friend?
At least now you have a friend. I don't know that she's exactly a good influence. In fact, I would go so far as to actively call her a bad one.
You open the book to a random page. Man from Helmdall, wielding his 2 Zweihanders, is carving through a sea of savages, his visage fixed in grim determination. His arms, whirling like windmills, are soaked with the blood of his enemies. Mangled corpses litter the battlefield. You flip to the copyright page. This book was written in 38.
Let's give this a chance.
Berserker rage burns in his azure-hued eyes as he brings glory and honor to his long-lost Helmdalla tribe. From the village of Helmdall, the ivory giant roars like an ice bear, and the winds of Gatla howl out his name.
Sure.
Man from Helmdall rides on a gilded griffin, his golden mane billowing in the breeze. Both Zweihanders sheath on his back. He is off to war. Will he conquer his enemies? Will he conquer himself?
Onward.
The steel muscles of Man from Helmdall gleam in the humid jungle air. Yet the man does not sweat. In meditation, his soul drifts in the frigid northlands he calls home.
Just like me, for real, for real.
A passage reads, "The man from Helmdall looks up, his eyes blue as the mountain lakes of his homeland.
Just like me.
He rarely speaks, but now his voice booms in the darkened throne room. Do not try to sap my masculine essence, wicked Tetris. Son of Helmdall will never succumb to your seductive wiles. Thine spells are no match for purity and strength of will. Brothers of Helmdall, stand above the vices of flesh, for it is weak and corruptible, yet mine is forged in gore and strife." Queen Lydiana just laughs, a sultry and salacious sound, then says, "I have grand plans for you, Man from Helmdall." She gestures her diabolical hand toward an array of potions and unguents. "First, you shall please me. Then lead my armies against the vicious cannibals. Not a muscle moves in the face of the Man from Helmdall. Yet inside, there is turmoil. This goes against all he holds sacrosanct."
I kept hoping it would get better, but the writing is terrible and repetitive.
What do you even know about literature? Have you ever read a book in your life?
Excuse me, I know a thing or two about critical analysis and art.
Write a thesis. Man from Heimdall is done with you.
Alright. Put the book away. Damn. Filtered by the book itself. You know, I haven't done this in a while.
An old call box. East Delta Commerce Center. This must be the name of the doomed commercial area.
Was 24-hour window. Revachol, Ice City.
Nothing happens after you ring. You hear the same. You ring the. Or you hear. You ring.
Window.
Try again. You didn't press it hard enough.
Press again?
Thank you for calling the 24-hour window company. This is an automated message. Are you experiencing a window-related emergency? During non-business hours, please call 00725 477 651. The streets are mean, but we're always there for you.
That's only half true. The streets are mean, but they're not there for you.
Kim, do we have an emergency?
No, not a window-related one.
What about the window with the whirling?
12 name cards on the call box. You wait.
Fashion Atelier.
Looks like someone.
Taxi. Fortress
Silence.
Occident SCA.
Silence.
Revachol Ice City. Main hall
Nothing
building
happens
whirling. East
after
Delta Pinball.
silence. No one.
Empty
This
card.
button looks new.
This button looks...
Leave. Okay. Anything more I can do with this?
The tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps. Fortunately, the street sweeper still hasn't noticed their presence.
This is where I started off with my motor carriage before sinking it into the sea.
No wonder the cafeteria manager seemed frustrated when he was giving us directions to the yard. Well, you did provide us with a very convenient access point to the crime scene.
It's true. I think I got it. Where's that yellow thought? Is it gone forever? No? Below the dark grime, the grime of dark neon poster reads Van Eyck totally transcendent. Wow, I'm all tongue-tied today. Okay, let's see. Sound of melting snow dripping off the roof. It's strange. Oh? It's crawling with locusts and magnesiums. Okay, hold on.
The hisses and chirps of locusts fill the musky air. The earthen floor of the shack has been shaped into mounds of mud, dotted with little holes for windows.
Well, detective, it appears you've solved the case.
Lieutenant looks around, writes something in his notebook, and
Of the
turns to you.
locusts. For the missing locust case, which is a sub-case of the imaginary insect case. So at least that's going well.
That's precisely what I was thinking.
Yes. I feel we are nearing a real breakthrough.
Can't talk to Kuno about it. You think the insulin
If
phasmid is
anything,
nearby?
the presence of the locust points to the opposite. The phasmid did not take the bait from the traps. It was Kuno. The phasmid doesn't exist. But what do I know?
Use your powers of deduction. You knew the magic bug was nowhere near here. The phasmid is impairing your judgment.
Talk to Kuno about
I'll
this.
let
Get
you
the
handle
stuff.
the Kuno side of things. You are doing just
Kim, I really think you should handle it, considering he won't even fucking look at me. Confront Kuno about the locusts. Can't do that. Confront Kuno. Yet another confront Kuno prompt that is lost to time. What is this? Huh? What is that? Where can I even reach that? This doesn't Kuno well. Okay, so no reason for me to be up here then. Oh, from here. Okay. Hell yeah. All right. Drugs. Just found some free drugs in a window. Kuno?
The kid.
Yeah, no, that's what I figured. Hey, what's going on here? The Insulindian Phasmid? It's here! There it is! Now you might say that's just a tree that shouldn't be there and has never been there before and is now clipping through the building. But you'd be wrong. That has to be the Insulindian Phasmid. It's right here like we thought. It's not Kuno who did it. It's right here. It lives in there. Why take the stairs when you can take a perfectly good methamphetamine? Good old drugs. Hey, I solved the mystery. Nope. Alright. Well, I tried. Titus, I don't think we have anything to talk about.
The Copper-nado is back.
Uh-huh.
What do you want?
I talked to Joyce. The Merc you hanged, his friends are coming for you.
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Crenell.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
Yes, they're forming some kind of tribunal and they're coming
This
for
is
you.
what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us. And Glenn.
And Glenn.
Glenn is fucking crazy.
Glenn's fucking
Yeah.
crazy, man.
A well-oiled murder machine.
Punches Blondie in the shoulder. Half-light or physical instrument?
The mood
Yep.
is on the rise. They're feeling confident, ready to punch out the whole Merc platoon.
Mercenaries are armed with automatic weapons.
We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zealagars. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home.
Will they pierce ceramic armor?
I guess we're gonna see, aren't we?
See what? That they don't?
Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor.
Brother, I'm wearing ceramic armor.
You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal.
Cornell is bad news. You know that, right?
So are the local gangs, the fucking Barmy Army, and the Madre scum. You've been out there. Seen any around?
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
These people are trained military professionals. Special forces, as you said. They're not a gang or barmy army.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. Don't forget, we're listening in on their communications. Their shit is way apart.
I said they've gone rogue. Nobody's controlling them.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen?
Okay.
What do you mean, okay?
Okay, they're gonna wipe you the fuck out, Titus. Okay, you got this. You got the numbers. Okay, I'll be on your side when they come. I mean, okay. You got one more gun on your side. Once I find mine, I lost it. I mean, okay, I guess I'll be gunning you down right alongside them. Yeah, they're gonna wipe you the fuck out, Titus.
No, they won't.
Get out of here with your negative energy.
He really doesn't like you ruffling their feathers like that, on what might be the eve of battle.
All he means is that the situation is serious.
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that.
I'm gonna take off now. Alrighty. Do you have anything more to say?
Gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Nope. I get the feeling you don't have anything more to say. It's all about money, you know. I guess it really was all about money. Gart, you don't have anything more to say, do you?
Was there something you need? Another thing. Great. Yes?
Nope. Bye. It's all about money. Tommy, do you have anything more to say?
Make way for the master poet.
No, that's alright. Already did all that. Let's see. Pale Driver, you got anything more?
The woman.
Huh? What is it?
Nope. Hey, excuse me! What is it? Bye. That's all. Oh!
A Stars Ryko, one of the finest Zhimsk-made motor carriages ever.
Oh?
An oldie, but a goldie.
Who drives these?
Not many people outside of Grad. And Revachol West, too, it appears.
Yes, Dolmac? What's up? Oh, gotcha. Shivers?
Bulky
Physical
frame,
instrument.
heavy, hardy. Looks like a tractor.
Hold up. Is this a tractor?
Yes, built like a tractor. And used like one too in the Zemsk countryside. Take note of the 8-antler emblem. The symbol of the Stars Ryko, proudly born to honor its humble roots.
Kim, check this out.
That's
I think he's checking it out pretty hard himself already.
Model. Never thought I'd see another one repainted after what happened last time.
Hold on. Maybe I can impress him. Do I know what happened last time?
No. Only
Fuck!
that the motor carriage is typically baby blue. The colors of Sigismund the Great, an ancient Zemsk ruler. His banners were famously zephyr and white. The colors of the Stars Ryko.
Blue and white are the colors as someone painted it, got his mad, and boom, murder happened.
That's, well, yes, exactly, more or less. Except it was a crowd of them. Tore him out of the vehicle and ran him over with his own tires. They said it was an honor killing, Hussar style. The James community protested the trial, flying the colors. 5,000 came to protest.
Correction. 4,395. The fourth largest public protest of a criminal trial in Revachol.
Actually, Kim, I hate to correct you, but only 4,395 people were on that protest.
Is that so, officer? I'll take you at your word.
Yes, I'm sure you will.
People we are paid to protect. Let's leave it at that.
What do they sentence the killers
4
to?
years for murder in Reunion.
Oh.
The perps were remorseful. Their sorry knocked 8 years off the sentence. That's the system.
The prisons in the greater Revachol Industrial Harbor are already full. Prisoners are expensive to maintain. The longer the sentence, the larger the cost.
Kim, could our hanged man have been the driver of
Could
this
it
car?
be another Stajrajko murder? Honestly, that just doesn't seem like the type of vehicle our dead guy would drive. So my initial guess is the two are not related.
Interesting. Before we proceed, I've got an opinion on this paint job.
Yes, detective?
I think it looks better brown and black.
Okay. I'm not going to honor kill anyone over this. But I've seen it blue and white. It's much better that way.
I probably got boring cop points for that, but it looks good. I went to the zoo the other day. It was horrible.
Hola, wandering man.
I only had one animal. It was a dog. It was a Shih Tzu.
To the
+2
left
for the
of
Shih
some
Tzu. Autosave. What else is there to even do? Ban this chatter immediately. Kill him with rocks and hammers. Oh. What's this? Scribble between the thighs on a page 3 girl. There's you can do disco. Kill him with hammers. You got it, boss. I can smell the smoldering, melted insulation, nylon, and ozone. Good idea. Waiting in line would pass the time real quick. I kill them too. Have I ever been up here? Yes, I have. Just a different way around. No, wait. I don't think I have. Have I?
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere. Yet someone used to live here, laugh here. Thought it was a good idea to build a swing, even.
What happened here?
In this yard?
It looks at the small building. A flock of gray swallows takes off in the distance.
Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscur, for cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago.
What's a block obscure?
A black bloc. A part of the city left unrenovated after the war. Or one that has fallen to gang violence. Or has become inhospitable in some other way.
Graph passing their electrochemistry check. Encyclopedia, can you please give me money?
On
Thank
aerial
you.
Photos,
Yes! Leveled up too.
dark squares, hence their name.
So this post is part of the block obscure?
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drunks. Life is tough in the blocks. It's
Maybe
no place
they
to build a
left
summer house.
something useful behind?
Yes, for you to pick up as part of the Jamrock Shuffle.
Gives you a weary smile.
It's not meant as nagging, just an observation.
We should move. I don't think our suspect is in this particular yard. No place to hide. And besides, it's too close to Martinez.
Anything here I can pick up with the Jamrock Shuffle? Or did I already grab it? Whatever was here. I think I already got it. Oh? Money? Okay, well... I can put a point into Encyclopedia and figure out what's going on with that stained glass window. Or I can try and finish this thought. I'll put a point into Encyclopedia, why not? I like having them around. We'll go see what's up with that stained glass. I've already been in here, but... Anything else? Nope. Okay. Another bench. Can't sit at. What's this over here? Cluster of polychromatic flyers blow by in the breeze. Do I have anything more to say to you?
Our tenant.
Nope. Okay. Let's go to the church. Do I have my encyclopedia suit on? I do. Okay. What's that extra plus from? This time for sure?
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting
How did I know
on a
this was the
single
mother
pane
of
of glass.
humanism?
A crack runs across the length of her body, her face oval and sad. Despite
Nice.
the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is her innocence, Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men.
Exactly as an innocence.
The highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world's spirit.
A ruler?
More, an innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. The legal system of the Real Belt is built to accommodate an authentic rule should it coincide with our time. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. An innocence is a continuous, compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office.
Is one in office
No,
now?
we are alone.
When did she rule?
300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Muindi. She is, among other things, the innocence of inter-isolary travel and the connected world.
Sorry about that. I had to talk to someone real quick. What else do I know about her?
Many things. You know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene La Navigateur, Queen of Sir
Irene!
Modern-day Sir La Clay. Also that she was gorgeous beyond beauty, draped in ancient sadness. Are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trivia? Standing under a long, slender form like this, dwarfed.
Yes! Big bummer! Boring history! Gotta keep it light, man! Keep it moving! Get fucked up instead!
Necktie Chan, are you jealous? Where's this coming from?
The past. It's a silo of sadness, fermenting. You should keep away.
Well, I think electrochemistry and Necktie Chan like fermented things.
Fuck this pain, Bratan! It's unhealthy!
Okay. What else? Was she smart?
Terribly, women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. A simple grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was, by all means, a kept woman. She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state. A scalpel, a piercing gaze. She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous.
How come?
It was on her advice that Irene Le Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale. A costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the new world, the piece of reality you're standing on. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history. The DeLorean era. Wow, indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest. Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber around her, clearly visible beneath her dress.
There's something terrifying about her?
Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or
want to marry Sue?
But
no, her name is Dolores Day. Keep up, Merrick.
Terrifying. It's a simple word. She was bad for humanity, and you shouldn't have started thinking about her.
You know, Merrick, if you design a Chan who has a bunch of superpowers and no obvious downsides, is that a Merrick Sue? There was something bad about her. I want to know.
You already do. Although she is often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day. Constantly surrounded by her terriers, she was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs.
What happened?
The Mesk state tried to detach itself from innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the color of the Pacific. Mare interregnum.
Oh man, Joe probably liked her. With the number of Chans they produce, Merrick could have an entire country. Perhaps one made up of several states, each run by a Chan. That's right. America. God bless. God bless you, Maurice.
Little is known of her Marquesi.
5 experience.
It's as if he vanished.
Why are you holding
from
out on
history
me, Encyclopedia?
After completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel when they think of her.
Lieutenant Yefrater, you've stood there for over 5 minutes.
Its calm voice echoes in the cold air.
What are you thinking of, if I may ask?
She's somehow connected to the case, glowing lungs. That's fucked up. Let's see where this goes. She's not human.
Okay.
Takes his glasses out to clean them, and then after a while
This
he says,
church, the coast in general, we shouldn't linger here. This isn't a good place to get lost in. We should conclude our business and move on.
Well, hold on, no, there was more.
Of humanisms.
I want to know. I want more. Okay.
Yes, what is it?
Well, that's what I got with my level. I really locked myself out of so much shit by fucking up with Kuno, huh? That's rough. That's very rough.
An intricate web of blue line. The pattern still kind of for you to discover. Someone who knows about history could tell you.
Hey! I'll take that, thank you very much.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much.
I want to get into that mug talk again.
It will not happen. The mug talk is exhausted. It is time to return to work.
Okay, hold on.
Medicinal purposes. Very well. First, next,
ginger root,
you'll need to come blastly.
birch,
is there anything?
Wild
The
ginseng.
ginger root will help with the nausea, and the birch bark tea will help you flush out the top. From the pale, of course. Or perhaps from some enterprising entrepreneur, where you would find one of those, though. The book does not say.
Okay, put the book away then. Doesn't like your ugly mug? Hey, now. My mug is average. You're an all-star. No. No. I'm a superstar.
An old door, worn by elements.
I'm a superstar. A super wolf. I don't know why I'm saying these things. Oh?
Is there something here that would indicate a sniper
Okay.
used this place as a nest for taking the shot? Just some urban detritus, a bottle, and a dilapidated old comms tower. In the distance, you can hear the breakers roar.
I don't see it, Lieutenant W. Freitor. I don't see a person take a shot here and hit something there. In the whirling in rags.
Maybe the assailant climbed the comms tower, took the
It's
shot
not
there?
possible to climb that ladder. And even if it were, why? There's no platform up there to aim from.
It does look extremely rickety, and wouldn't help much either.
Maybe the perpetrator, or maybe the campfire
To
was
warm
used
his
as the
hands before
perpetrator?
pulling the trigger? Perhaps. But anyone could have made this. The coast is specked with fires this time of year. Truthfully, this seems like a very poor choice to take a 1.2 kilometer rifle shot from. Visibility is awful. There's water vapor everywhere. I think we can rule out Biddable Prime, was it?
What about the cigarette
Those?
butts?
A smoking assailant who favors Tumutiri to Astra or Joanne? Cigarette butts are everywhere. This is a common brand for all men.
Tiomotiri
Hey!
was a Revacholian colony on Ilmaran. The Suzerainties population was mostly Ilmaran Areopagites, up to 97%. The region was known for its tobacco export, hence the name.
I want to know a lot more
Oh,
about
you do?
this.
The butts you saw had a silhouette of a boy wearing a coffee hat, a tobacco picker. This boy is the Tiomotiri brand logo. Contemporary Revacholians prefer Juan, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, a legendary cigarette from Grad. Tiomotiri is favored by older men who like its old-fashioned paper filter tips, insane amount of tar, and the sweet smells of colonialism and halva.
Encyclopedia does understand colonialism, does not need an editor, and has a lot to say about society. Or the world, to the whirling in rags.
There, 1.2 kilometers over the cold water of the bay, blue from the distance and the air, you see the smallest rectangle, barely visible. It's glowing in the dark night. The lights are on. Glazia must be in there. Looks like she kept her promise not to go out at night anymore.
Electrochemistry, what are you gonna say here?
Such a good girl, you think.
Electrochemistry, where is that coming from? No! No, that's a really weird thing to think. Merrick, no! Don't indulge her. She just wants to have fun. No, it's not the time for that, nor the context. You know what? Fuck it. I'm hunting around for things to do.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. There's a bitter life is garbage.
Dial long number again. Let's see where this goes.
Dial the number again. 20 in the middle of it. Calling, calling.
Hang up.
The headset lands in the cradle with a clank.
Alright, fine.
You dial the calling, 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 and calling for who knows how long. But no one answers. You need to insert more money to call again.
No, I'm not gonna punch the phone. It's not its fault. Okay. Is there anything else I can do here? Anything at all? Is the body still here? No, they took the body. Okay.
There's some tear.
Let's do the end game out. No. I'm waiting out the rest of the day so that I can get my lost gun. We also need to do a communism, but we'll see how that goes. And also, I want to make sure that I sleep one more time because the limbic system and reptilian brain said that the next stream would be the last one. Are they gone? Yeah, they're gone. That was my brother. I think he's playing Left 4 Dead 2, if I'm not mistaken. Can I examine this again? Is there anything more to it?
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall. With another 7 shades, a cold...
A little annoying that I can look at that again, but I can't look at the Feld mural. No. I can't do the gnome. I don't have it in my head. I don't have the soundbite stored. Boulder left to indoctrinate another young mind into reading Homestuck. Homestuck. No, it's not it. I need to study it again. I used to be able to make that noise on command, now it's just gone. I don't have it anymore. Money? No, it's a very specific pitch.
Tequila Sunset. What's in a name?
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that? Oh.
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. I was once a reason.
On second thought, I've heard enough. We got any more stories?
But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. If you catch my drift.
Got a potent pilsner.
Not much, but it will do. The tale I'm about to tell you is an urban legend particular to Martinez. That said, I first heard it from a former bicycle courier in Coran. There are many variations on the basic story, and the details often conflict. What everyone agrees on is that nobody knows the exact nature or identity of the phenomenon.
Are you telling the story of the headless...
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. Summer of 44. 17-year-old Gertrude Het is walking home from a late shift at the harbor. It's almost midnight. She stops for a cigarette near the canal.
Okay, so either this is going to be Shivers chiming in about the location, or it's going to be Electrochemistry chiming in about the cigarette. I'm hedging my bets on Electrochemistry.
You got a smoke on you? If yeah, you should light up. Help set the scene.
That's what I thought.
Our heroine finds herself enjoying the peace and quiet the canal provides.
Amazed Electrochemistry isn't chiming in again to say heroin. That sounds a lot like heroin. We should do some if we find it.
What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. From behind her comes the clattering of hooves. Startled, she turns around, and what does she see?
A horse?
Well, Yes, but it's the man on the horse that's of interest here. A man...
without a head.
With no head on his shoulders. Wearing a found tracksuit, searching for the legendary found cap that went missing when he lost his head.
Wait, I thought the Headless Found Rider rode a bull.
I thought that he rode a headless pig.
Lieutenant says a little smirk.
Well, there are many versions of this story, the most peculiar of which has the Headless Found Rider riding on the back of another headless man.
Why did you put 2 points into electrochemistry again? It's not important. No specific reason at all. None whatsoever. No. There was no particular reason. I just like it so much. It certainly wasn't because I had to get rid of this, and I was obligated, and I was forced to spec into her. Sounds pretty implausible. Super spooky.
Yes. According to legend, young Gertrude Het had to endure years of psychotherapy before she was able to look at a horse or tracksuit again. And she's one of the lucky ones. Gertrude Het may have been the first to witness the Headless Found Rider, but she wasn't the last. Oh no.
Tell him about the 2 feminists by the locks.
Oh no, I think I've heard this one before.
Fuck, Rosemary, they were dating. No one said they were
Oh!
This wouldn't be the De Ponte Delgado case,
I didn't
would
mean
it?
to skip that.
What? You know it?
I've read the case file. But please, go on.
Right. Early autumn of 46. Ula de Ponte and Eva Delgado are fishing near the waterlock long after the sun has set. The wind picks up. A sky already dark now blackens. Water starts falling from above. The first cold rain of the season. The women are caught in the downpour. They act quickly. Eva gathers the rods whilst Ula turns around to reach for the tackle box.
Fishing. So that's what they call it. It has a lot of names, yes. Eating soup, one of them. Falzar knows that well.
Don't turn around. Don't turn around.
Oh no.
When she sees something. Her shriek is so violent that the residents of the nearby apartment building believe lightning has struck. But there is no lightning. Only a heavy downpour and the silhouette of the Headless Found Rider looming on the horizon. Ula makes a run for the shore, but Eva slips on a wet rock and disappears into the cold, cold canal with nary a sound. Her body is never recovered.
What did the case file say?
Naturally, Ula de Ponte became the prime suspect in the disappearance of Eva Delgado. De Ponte maintained that it was the so-called Headless Found Rider and that she ran, fearing for her life.
The justice classes.
During the investigation, it became apparent that there was a love triangle, the third party being some small-time businessman. I don't remember the exact details. The leading theory was that an argument broke out on the jetty and De Ponte pushed Delgado into the canal, then cooked up this stupid cover story.
She arrested?
No. She committed suicide before she could be taken into custody. They found her in the bathroom with a rifle, her face slowly peeling off the ceiling.
Jesus. Dullahan. I do
Not
have a
a pretty
particular
scene.
interest in Dullahans. No specific reason.
Man, that's some grisly detail. Oh well. Here's to another case closed.
Takes a hearty swig from
Anyway, that's the story of the Headless Found Rider. Pretty crazy, huh?
I've already seen some weird shit on this case. A headless jockey in a tracksuit fits right in. Oh? I've got an even crazier story.
Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila? There's no way you know a better one than that.
The gnome of Jeroma dissolves its victims with acid. Giant of Kokonor is as big as a mountain. What about the cold of Mamadakwa? It's a magical self-replicating sound.
I have to admit, that's pretty high concept. Still not as awesome as a headless rider in a found tracksuit, though.
Who was the headless found rider before he died?
Well, Tequila, that's part of the legend. No one knows for sure. There are a couple of possibilities, though. Some say he was an undercover cop who blew his cover and got beheaded by the vicious gang he had infiltrated. Now he rides, searching for his lost-found cap, plotting revenge.
O headless brother, where art thou?
Others claim he was a professional jockey who veered off course during a steeplechase, ended up in somebody's backyard, and got decapitated by an exceptionally taut clothesline.
Endurance?
Even decapitation couldn't stop his commitment to the sport. Are you that committed?
Oh.
Personally, I think he was just some guy who hanged himself from a really tall tree, and the fall was so violent that his head came clean off.
Oh.
Coincidentally, at that exact moment, a horse happened to pass under him, and his beheaded corpse mounted it, where it remains to this day. But then, no one really knows.
That's your theory.
For some reason, this does strike you as the most plausible theory of them all.
Huh. Got a hunch it was an undercover cop. I want revenge too. But he was a jockey that seems super committed to his sport. I gotta agree, your theory sounds the most plausible.
Isn't it? All the pieces fit together perfectly. That's how I know it's right. Anyway, to each his own. You want to hear any other stories?
Headless jockey in a tracksuit.
Hard to argue with that, I suppose.
That's the reality situation for you. You think you got a handle on it, then blam! It throws some wild shit at you. That's why it's critical to stay well hydrated.
I'm surprised they did the Foley for that. What became of the Headless Founder?
No one knows. Some say he stalks Martinez to this day, and can be seen near the canal when the clock strikes midnight.
Please tell me we can investigate that.
He won't, though, because it's just a stupid legend.
But maybe?
I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
He breathed.
The tale, there are many...
Are you telling us...
Shut the
Shut the fuck up,
Our
Rosemary.
heroine, what she doesn't know is
The
that...
Giant of Coconor? I just wanted to make sure...
with no head on his shoulders. Wearing a
Super spooky.
Gertrude...
Tell him about...
Fuck. What?
I read the...
Right.
Okay, just
the,
keep going,
the women,
keep going.
When she... But the... Ula, her body
What
is
happened?
never recovered.
So let's ask what he has to say this time.
Word on the street is that she... You know...
He makes a finger pistol with his right hand and lifts it up to his chin.
Gave herself facial deconstruction surgery. Real grisly stuff.
That part, at least more or less, corresponds to the case file.
See? Told you. Anyway, that's no one...
He won't.
No one knows.
Can't really remember seeing any women after...
It's a... He really has no idea who this Ruby is, sire.
Do you have anything to fortify old Doom Spiral?
Don't have
Tell
anything...
me you got some story juice.
Don't have anything on
If
me
you
right now.
find any, I'd be extremely grateful.
Be seeing you. Okay. Do you have anything to say yourself?
The legend! He's back. And firstly, I got smokes and piss and a little speed.
Nope. Okay, here's a genuine question. If I drink alcohol, will that let me retry the freezer check?
There's nothing.
Doubt it? Okay. Then I think I'm just locked out of that one for good then. Trying to remember where the shot came from. Check island for bullet traces. Can I even get there? Also, what's up with this Ferris wheel here that doesn't exist? Oh, it used to be. It's an old map of Martinez, right? Yeah. Who do you think is the murderer? Of who? What? I'll be honest, I'm a bit lost in the sauce. Totally forgot about the investigation. Oh, that! I don't have any fucking clue. I mean, Ruby is the only real suspect that still remains at this point. You know, it could be Claudia, but I don't think it's Claudia. So I guess Ruby is my next best guess. Well, hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to think of the angles here. I know that Everett didn't do it, which means that the Union didn't do it either, because he's very happy that it happened. He'd gladly take credit if that was the case. Ruby is really the primary suspect at this point in time. And the only leading theory is that it was jealousy. There's also the possibility that there's someone on the island that I can't get to that could have taken the shot. Okay. Currently, things are pointing in the direction of Ruby. But I will say there is a possibility, very slim but existent, that it has something to do with the third mercenary that we haven't been able to meet. Who has been able to keep an eye on us pretty much throughout all of Martinez. I don't have any reason to think, really, that she's involved. Just that she exists, we know that she does exist, and we haven't seen her yet. And she seems like a key player in all of this by virtue of being one of the mercenaries.
This coin, why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
What's a tourist
There was a revitalization project in 49. A design studio tried restoring Martinez to its pre-war glory. It didn't stick.
What happened?
They got as far as the street lamps and that statue on the intersection before something went sour. I suspect it was Everard's doing. He muscled them out.
Can't we do something about
We
it?
should have done something about the Union 10 years ago. That ship has sailed, officer.
Your money disappeared. The curtains on the lenses, it looks as if it was abandoned. Its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind.
Oh, could the shot have come from there, then entered the window upstairs in the
Can you
rolling
tell?
rags?
From this distance? I don't think it's possible.
It's not. The details are blurry.
That's what I was looking for. I didn't think I'd get anything from it.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest.
Probably some kids.
A simple but clever solution to
Poor
ruin
little
it. The
viewer.
metal feels cold.
Okay. And there's also the helmet. There's... What I'm wondering about most is the helmet. Where I'm thinking right now is that I have essentially fucked myself over considerably in terms of getting to tie up a lot of loose ends by fucking up with Commie. Or rather, in terms of pursuing a lot of loose ends that personally interest me by fucking up with Commie. Because if he's lying about the armor, it leads me to assume that you probably get the helmet from him and he's hiding it. Or it was taken from him, and you get it back by pursuing that thread. In which case, I will only get the gauntlets and the cuirass. I can't follow the cryptozoology questline anymore because that requires talking to Kuno, and Kuno won't even look at me. Yeah. Can't do this because I sold the tank. Can't do this because I can't upgrade my physical instrument. Can't do this because I don't really know what it means. You need the old fish market at 22 to get your service weapon back. Just walk past the fishing village until you see the boardwalk. Check it out again. See if there's anything I can do.
Both cables are somewhere. A machine hums along with the current. Happy. Something close.
Very smart. Opening the lid should be much easier after the ice cream maker has defrosted.
Will that let me try it again?
This orange machine is dead still.
Hold on a minute.
This orange machine is dead still. It had. This orange. You slip your fingers under.
Didn't Sona give you a perfect...
Okay, never mind. It was worth a shot.
This orange machine is dead still.
I just
it had.
Can't do that one. Okay. Do I have the cigarettes on you? I do have the cigarettes, yes. Try talking to while I have the cigarettes on me. Before we pursue that thought.
The kid doesn't even look at you.
Nope. Fuck it.
There it is. A brave little army in your pocket. The first Smokes platoon. 20 brave souls standing in salute. Ready to step into fire for you, sir.
Pull one out of the
You
pack.
picked the best one. This soldier is fat and succulent. What are you waiting for? Light up. Re-become yourself.
Oh yes, Bratan! Please light up! You need a trooper between your lips right now! Calm your shit down! Go to Pleasureland! Become a genius!
Nope.
Already you regret it, looking at the pack. But don't worry. You can come back to this later. The army of Smokes is honorable and faithful to you. You have your entire life to return to it.
Nope. EC is really making me want to smoke. Ty is just an EC cheerleader. Always hanging around. She's been hanging around with the wrong crowd.
A lorry stuck, the windows, fumes of heaven.
No, I don't know why I keep looking at that. There's nothing to do there. Alright, honestly, I think I just need to read a book and then wait at the fisherman shacks. What's something I know that'll pass time? Not a lot of time. No, not 16 days of closed April. Did I read this one yet?
The Greatest Innocence by Joao Paulo Salomão Lopes de Fuego. The book is large and heavy.
Crack open this
Browsing
tome.
through the various chapters, you try your best to understand the ceaseless overflow, the sprawl of names, dates, places, events historical. Most of it ends up as a twisted mass of facts inside your brain. Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well.
Oh man.
It's pop quiz time. Let's see what you've learned.
Sure, why not?
This might take a few minutes.
Let's go. Why not?
That's the spirit. Here we go. Question 1.
Encyclopedia, help.
Who was the first innocence?
Encyclopedia, help me.
Oh yeah, this is what I was made for.
That's so. Alright, go on, give me all the hints you got.
A pop quiz is a short examination designed to test your knowledge without any prior warning or announcement. Such exams allow the teacher to assess how thoroughly the students have retained the material at hand. Voila. Now blast that first innocence. Thanks for nothing.
Yeah, electrochemistry?
Dolores
Pain
Day.
threshold.
Dolores.
Dolores Day, yeah.
Incorrect.
No?
Dolores Day was the innocence
No.
of humanism,
I'm sorry.
internationalism, and the welfare state. She
I'm never
codified
trusting you again, Pain
parliamentary
threshold.
democracy and created modern
This is the first time I think you've ever piped
Among
in.
these, the moral intern, she was powerful and
Yeah,
beautiful.
I knew that
on
was wrong.
All her icons. Her colors are silver,
I knew that was wrong.
white, and apricot. And when you think her name, Dolores, stomach acid rises to the back of your throat, and it hurts. You see a flash silver, a wreath, an airport bag, and blonde hair. You don't know why. Another choice, perhaps? Steer clear of this one. There's something terrible about this one.
What?
A strange
Oh, yeah, I
sensation of
figured.
loss. When she left the earth, the dust, and the ice, and the humans. That is unimportant to the quiz. Stop thinking about this. Yes, the quiz is impersonal. No need to rouse sensations in yourself at the mention of Dolores Day.
Was it Sola?
Incorrect.
No?
Sola was anointed during the previous century and even lived to see the current one. She was an urban planner who spoke her mind and largely left history to its own devices, encouraging people to excel on their own rather than prescribing to a deified model of history. She is often called an anti-innocence. Sola resigned after an assassination attempt by a Yugo nationalist who blamed her for not taking the side of the left during the turn-of-the-century revolutions. Innocences don't usually resign. Care to try again?
Pericanacian?
Correct. Nothing much is known about him. It's not even clear that he was a he.
Squeaky chair, squeaky
but
life?
Franco Negro presumed as such and called
Very
him
squeaky today?
Pius. He's depicted as a young man with molten gold pouring out of his mouth. All he spoke was gold. It's said he invented God and equality of men before God. He also introduced the gold standard as a way for measuring people's love for Aurum. As the first innocence, he declared that there should be more of those like him. It is presumed his disciples were the beginning of the Holy Party, the founding party. Question 2. Who was the strongest innocence?
Okay.
Easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody.
Dolores Day?
Incorrect.
Okay.
Again. While she originated many modern institutions,
Thanks, Encyclopedia.
launched several
Appreciate it,
successful
bud.
expeditions, and was even critical of the innocentic system itself, and somehow keeps popping up in your mind, she is not often considered the strongest. Even though the words most associated with her rule are l'amour, la compassion, la autodiscipline, love, compassion, self-control, which could be seen as facets of strength. Would you like to try again? Please, relax.
Sure. Try again. I trust you got my back.
And innocence is the
Thank
highest
you.
category of historical
Thank you,
personage
Encyclopedia.
in the world. A literal personification of history. Traditionally, an innocence, when anointed, assumes supreme rule over the Occident, or the known world in general. At least, the parts that matter.
Yes, so interesting, but I thought you'd give me the answer to the question.
I can do better. Okay, so commonly, an innocence does not enforce his or her power through military power. This is seen as unnecessary. The innocence wins because an innocence can't help but win, for their deeds are inevitabilities. Did this help?
No, it did not help.
Damn. Great.
Great?
Dolores.
Not Dolores. Stop saying Dolores. Vesper Messina?
Incorrect.
Okay.
Vesper
Third time's the
Messina
charm.
is not a person, but a defunct state. on the southeastern coast of the Occident. It used to take up most of the peninsula before separating into the republics of Vespa and Messina. Care to try again?
Isn't Franco-Nigerian a nationality?
Correct. Named the innocence of militarism, he codified hereditary rule, but at the same time ended serfdom and established the Inter-Isolari Real as the global reserve currency. He also established the concept of the nation.
Okay.
Franco Negro attempted to solve the rising tensions between the aristocracy and bourgeoisie by building a unified society in which every man has a place and a mission, but at the same time may rise to nobility provided on the strength of his virtue.
Okay.
Question 3. Who was the false innocence? Got it under control. No problem. Solid on this one. It's widespread historical information.
You gonna be helpful this time? I could use a hint.
Yes, there exists a group called the Founding Party, known as the Holy Party, during the time of the Pericarnacian. This, the world's oldest international organization, spends its time in search of either the re-emergence of the innocents or new members. There seems to be a mix-up with the sources. It's not my fault.
You're gonna say Dolores again. Pain threshold.
At least it clearly wasn't Dolores Day. She wouldn't be false. She's beautiful.
Dolores?
No, stop thinking it. I said it wasn't her. She was true.
Petra?
Incorrect. Kedra is a large nation in the mid-northern area of the Muindi Isola, north of the Occident, between the Ilmarin mountain range and the Pacentic Mare Interregnum. Care to try again? Correct. There have been a number of counter or false innocences, some assumed to have innocentic qualities, some who just thought so themselves. Occasionally, they have the support of a faction inside the ecclesiastic organization, and accusations of foul play have arisen. The most famous and important of these was Ernau Pasternak. He was into torture, despotism, hymns, cannons, and world conquest, but got defeated and humiliated by Stepan the Despicable of Kedra.
See.
Final stretch. You've come so far and learned so much. This is the most important one. Question 4. Who was the greatest innocence? The most important of them all. The most precious to humankind.
Okay.
I've got it. Honest.
Okay. Are you sure this time? I'll bite. Hint me.
Of course, this is my thing. The reason I exist in this world. The correct answer is Franco Negro.
You're absolutely certain of this?
0 doubts.
Shit. Dolores Day.
Correct.
Yes!
The Mesk might see Franco Negro as the father of nations, but as of this century, there's been a great shift in attitude. Dolores Day has become widely regarded as the greatest innocence. A most radical change to the whole fabric of the world.
Why'd you think it was Franco Negro Encyclopedia?
Everything from inter-isolary travel to the connected world to 3 consecutive scientific revolutions can be traced back to her. Every decade that passes, she seems less human somehow, and more beautiful. Congratulations on finishing the test. The results and your subsequent grade have been calculated.
25%.
You get an F for failure. You would have done better if you just left Dolores Day for the end. Dial the Dolores Day down a bit.
Damn you, you arrogant book.
What's going on with you?
I think it's so smart, goddamn.
Okay.
You are shouting at an inanimate object like a real weirdo. No wonder you seem to have trouble with the right answers.
Man, something's weird about this book. You should do something fun instead. Rock out. Forget about it.
Put the book away. I hate you, the greatest innocence. I hate you. Okay, we need to pass like 6 more minutes. So here's what I suggest. Right? Oh, hold on. What's going on here? Door's closed for today. Time to put the kids to sleep. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Here's what I'm gonna suggest. Then. We need to go up on the boardwalk, right? That's where we're gonna find them? Is this the right spot? Caught carousel is the key to all the... No, that's okay. No, it's not. Nope. Meet her near the old fish market. Just walk past the fishing village until you see the boardwalk. So is this the... This is the correct spot, though? Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Been live for almost 3 hours now. So we're gonna take a quick break. I'm just gonna leave it unpaused, let time run while we're away. So get a snack, get some water, stretch, take a little walk, all that jazz. See you in a few. Hey gang. I'm back. I've got something really cool to show you all. You remember how, we took the break, one, because we'd been streaming for nearly 3 hours, and, two, so that we could pass the time and just wait here so that it would eventually be time to do this, event? Check out how much time has passed. None. No time has passed. No time has passed at all. Time only passes in conversation/action. Okay, then I need to find a conversation. Or an action that I can perform. There's gotta be something I can do.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Joyce, do you have anything to say?
You're back. Good.
No, I have this.
What can I help you with?
Courtesy of Merrick. I love the way that you draw the bulging eyes every single time. It never gets old. It always looks good. It's great. Thank you, Merrick. Oh, man.
More lessons in basic reality?
That's all
Glad
for
to
now.
have been of assistance. The little that.
I'm dealing with Everard again. Oh, okay, good. He asked me to open a door.
Referral, you mean? I take it this was for someone in the RCM. Don't answer that.
No, I mean like a real door to someone's house.
Oh my. A real door?
The lieutenant does not say anything, but you hear the nylon of his jacket rustle as he looks at you.
Had to be done. I got information. It was useful.
That's good to hear, Detective. Police work is rarely pretty, but it sounds like you did what you had to do.
Her bartering mind cannot fathom that you didn't ask anything in return.
Frankly, what was done was not pretty at all, but neither was it illegal. And it was not for nothing.
Turns to you.
This seems serious.
I advise you to be very selective with what information you choose to share. This may have consequences beyond our line of sight.
Okay. Union's militant wing organized the lynching. Everett says the Wild Pines sent mercenaries after the Union, and now one's dead. Okay, well, we already know this information.
Misinformation. This is all because we haven't shared information on the lynching yet. See? Hurry up on that probe. The moment you tell me you're finished at the traffic jam, I will gladly...
She was worried
this is
for
all...
a moment that she's overplayed her hand by not sharing info sooner. Then she settles down, curious to him.
Naturally, Detective. There are lighter topics to gossip about.
Ma'am, this whole thing is a takeover.
A takeover?
Yes, it's not a strike. You aren't being let in because there's nothing to negotiate. The Union is taking the terminal.
If they're taking it...
She looks toward the colorful mountain of crates, like toy blocks rising above Martinez.
Green livery, changing into red, blot by blot.
Then we're talking about a war. Everett needs to let me into the harbor at once. We need to talk about this.
He's ready for a war. They all are.
They most certainly are not. Crenell has 1,000 men on their payroll. The next batch will be a platoon of 20 men and a gunship.
I've seen the Union's forces. They are better organized than these mercenaries. They also have the support of the people of Revachol West. It will take more than Crenel to wipe them out. Wild Pines will need to send more and better equipped men. Make no mistake, ma'am. I am sure you have the money. The question is, how many years and how many lives are you willing to sacrifice?
What do you suggest I do?
First, will this affect your decision-making process?
Everything affects the decision-making process, Detective.
Officer?
In his uncertainty, he doesn't even sound
For
angry.
once, I don't seem to know what the right thing to do is.
Shit. If you kill Everard, there's still Edgar. It doesn't do anything, really. Shit. I wish there was a disco option.
I'm afraid we won't disco our way out of this one.
Well, it's not a bluff. It's absolutely not a bluff. Everard does not give enough of a shit to bluff. Apocalypse O'Clock does nothing. It's not the RCM's job, is just staying out of it. Workers should have the harbor. I think Edgar would just replace him, but...
Like the previous leaders of the Union were assassinated. I suspect by Everard and Edgar themselves. I admit there's some poetry in the idea, and like poetry,
Yep.
it's also useless.
Yes, that's
There would
exactly
still
what
be
I'm thinking.
Edgar. They factored it in. The Union is them.
Yep.
And they are Martinez.
So what are you going to do?
What will I do?
He says, slowly looking around.
Her arms fall to her sides. Her spine relaxes.
Did I ever tell you how they discovered this Isola? During our reality lowdown?
You said you would, one day.
It may be the only break we've ever caught as a species. The last one for 400 years.
Why?
The nations who colonized this Isola called theirs Muindi, the world. It was all they knew, all they thought would be. That there would be something more was a gamble, akin to another world, or life after death. The Pale was thought to be impregnable, perpetual. Irene la Navigateur, the Queen of Suren, sent 8 expeditions, one after the other, into the mass at the edge of the world. 5 of the crews did not return. 2 did, but had lost their minds.
Is that a normal number?
It was anything but normal. There was no precedent. People thought she was punishing the admirals, or had gone mad, or both. Until after years of trial and error, and the development of a strict psychological regime imitating the creation process of poetry, the 8th expedition returned sane and intact. They told of a new continent of matter. They told the Queen and her counsellor, Dolores Day, that the Pale had begun to condense, day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute, slowly raining down until it formed a vast ocean.
The air is cold and scented with petrichor.
This ocean.
The phenomenon has never again been encountered. For a time, the crew thought they were experiencing a hallucination. The mass hand proclaimed, "Lancielinde, Lancielinde," the signal to wake up. But they could not. They were sane and conscious, as islands began to appear on the horizon. There are 78,000 uninhabited islands in the Insulindian archipelago, officer. The freckled face of God. Après la vie, la mort. Après la mort, la vie encore. Après la mort, le gris. Après la gris, le monde encore.
After life, death. After death, life again. After the Isola, the Pale. After the Pale, Isola again.
On the second day, a great skua was shot down above the flagship Lysergique. The bird was preserved and brought back, along with pollen.
Huh.
4 years later, the Queen's counsellor was proclaimed Her Innocence Dolores Day, the elected world spirit. The age of humanism, internationalism, and parliamentary rule followed. We were high.
Great School was the first bird they saw.
The first living, autonomous organism. Proof of reality. It's the symbol of Insulinde, detective. The coat of arms of the suzerain and the wings on the crest of the commune.
I seem to have it in for. I seem to have it in for it, or it for me. I broke one.
In your defense, it is a nasty creature who plucks food from the throats of lesser birds. Yet much like Revachol, it is also magnificent and rare. Imagine the suzerain of seagulls.
There was a sting in your heart at the mention before, when she said its name.
This is the last break we got.
The nations of Mundi proceeded to discover 5 more Isolae. Or they discovered us. All in the rush of the great inter-Islary reconnection. But these others weren't uninhabited. We had to kill people there. Wipe out indigenous populations. Gunboat economies. Or they came to do the same for us. Or had done to each other. But here, there was no one but the skua, the Liliat Sea, and the Blood Beach, and the River Esperance. It was the new world. The Mondials used it to amass the greatest concentration of wealth mankind has ever seen. Revachol, the suzerain,
What happened?
revolution, poverty, and the mercurial rise of capitalism.
Leaving us here.
On Caillou, the Pebble, the largest of the fertile uninhabited islands of the northeast Insulindian archipelago. 4 centuries and 2 revolutions later.
It's raining.
It is. Soon it will be spring and everything will blossom.
The gangs will run wild, jacking motor carriages, ferrying amphetamines through Coal City. Spring is tough in Revachol.
What will you do?
I will surrender Terminal B to the Union.
That within your
She
means.
puts her hand in the rain. She's silent for a second.
We will see.
Ma'am, this may well unravel property law this side of the river. If that occurs, we may never see the end of this kind of confrontation. The next time there will be 2 strikes, then 4, then 100.
What happens will happen.
Takes the end of her rain-slick hand and starts untying the knot.
The age of capital has only begun. I will talk to my employers in person. We will amputate and cauterize Martinez. If you handle the situation on the ground.
You're going now?
Yes, Mr. Clare has a 2-month head start. I can't let it grow any bigger. And I've exhausted all my options from here.
Forget about that. What was that about the age of capital only beginning? You need to talk politics with this lady.
Oh boy. Don't forget to shoot the bourgeoisie in the head. Don't forget to purge the world of degenerates. What further plans do you have for the age of capital, man? Use vague rhetoric obsessed with its own legitimacy, like I do. The only one that seems like a normal question.
In short, Harry, we will revoke the pigment standard. Your money will no longer need to be black like chitin, and there will be so much more of it.
Wow.
I know. Keep the peace, and I will keep my end of the bargain.
How far along is Cronell's investigation?
A confrontation is imminent. They have followed in your footsteps. As your investigation reaches a climax, so does theirs. They are your shadow. Arm yourselves. Armor yourselves. Protect their targets. Violence may be unavoidable, but we can limit the casualties.
When will they make their move? Where?
Soon. I do not know precisely. They have cut off all communication, you see. They know I've been feeding you information. One last thing, Lieutenant Dubois. I've given the matter much thought and come to this conclusion. You're not an amnesiac. You're insane. I know, because I, too, am insane. I just hide my illness better. And I'm rich.
You're overradiated?
I'm overexposed, baby. My travels take me through the Pale dozens of times a year. I've got the longing. And I've got it bad.
She would die to return to it. The Pale, the past, anything one can return to.
Is everybody a little insane?
No, Detective. No one's as insane as you.
Don't worry, madame. I am very sane.
How do you keep your shit together?
The same strict psychological regimen the 8th Admiral developed when he crossed the Pale and discovered this Isola, the Volta do Mar. It's used by inter-Easlary travelers and other troubled souls, even to this day.
You could use a little of it yourself.
Good boy, Joyce. Good boy. Bye, Joyce, Monsieur.
Watch out for yourselves. They will strike soon.
The lieutenant watches her boat grow smaller on the bay, its white sails fluttering. With worry in his eyes, he does not know if it was the right thing to do, but he doesn't say anything. You wonder what Everard has to say about this. Slowly, the sails turn grey-blue as more oxygen gets between you.
Oh boy. We have another point we can put into something. I think... Oh, somewhere deep inside you, the translation of which you don't remember. No sarà cambiato dolce della luce. Colori come grigio arancione, tutti stampati. Okay, I can't read that much. I can't intuit that much about pronunciation of a language I don't speak. You're reminded of it when you heard about the discovery of Insulinde. What does that mean? How do you know it by heart? Okay. Oh, shit. I think it was Italian, yeah. I was hoping there might be another thought that would give me all endurance white checks unlocked, but I know that it's not reliable. I could do Wasteland of Reality. I'm tempted to ask what the bonuses are for some of these. Jamrock Shuffle. Okay. Time to go see about our lost gun. Hello.
Put your hands where I can see them.
Hi. Aging woman under a mountain of police paraphernalia mumbles to herself, then notices you and reaches for the megaphone.
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right now! Show me your hands! Right now!
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun in her shaking hand. Her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerative disease.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
What should we do, Kim?
This is bad. Getting a weapon back is the priority. We can't have an unhinged civilian running around with a gun.
Oh boy.
Comply, or I will light you the fuck up!
Raise your hands.
The man appears to be pulling out an object from his pocket. Fear under threat! Fear under threat! Superseding event. Split-second decision. Get on the ground! Get on the goddamn ground!
Man, we just want to talk to you.
Subject yourself to a full body cavity search. Prohibited materials concealed in nostrils, ears, mouth, navel, urethra, foreskin, vagina, and rectum.
In her mind, the cavity search is happening. As long as she's saying it. It appears the things she says are very real to her.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
Please identify yourself, ma'am.
It's a goddamn police shitbag. Hug the pavement. You're under arrest.
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Medicine or drugs?
Drugs? Not the police, we are the
Back up!
police.
Back up! Back up! Status unconfirmed!
Lieutenant Euphrata Harrier Dubois, 41st Precinct. This is my partner, Lieutenant Kitsuragi from the 57th.
No, no. I thought Mr. Moran. Gareth. Aggravated assault! Man down! Officers in pursuit!
There's a scenario unfolding in her head right now. It has nothing to do with what's happening here.
What's the situation, officer?
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a police officer!
Look, my badge. Take out your badge and show it to her.
Registration! License and registration! Come in, dispatch! Sector! Azimuth!
You on drugs?
Confiscated contraband! Restricted access! 2 kilos missing! Eyewitness report compromised!
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs might actually be the problem here.
Oh, this peacefully. Please lower the
Officer in
weapon.
need of assistance! Suspect alert! Get on the ground!
Uh-oh.
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Just talk, alright?
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector, take the shot! Big red key! Big red key!
Big red key. That's code for the battering ram. Cop talk. You know this.
Hey, it's a little money.
What happened to make her like this? Loneliness. Yes, sure, but also in a less abstract way. The neurodegenerative disease I mentioned earlier.
We can't leave.
Oh,
a delirious civilian is pointing a firearm at us.
Yeah.
Your firearm. You need to solve this.
Yeah, I was wondering if I could just try and maybe swap into something a little more comfortable in terms of hand-eye coordination. Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. We're here to help. Please tell us what's wrong.
Looks at you, but through you, like you don't exist. Her eyes gleam feverishly, and the rotating police beacon lights reveal deep scratch marks on her cheeks.
This is the police! Unlawful engagement! Hands on the ground! Scumbag!
So this is what the weather's like on the other end of a cop's gun.
Kim?
Fascinating. See? This is what happens when we are not around.
Well, there's only one thing to do, and it's not going to end well. Please, nothing bad happen to Kim.
She's frantic,
Yeah.
confused,
Yep.
teetering under all that gear. There's an opening if you just move fast enough. If not, the lieutenant's got her in his sights. Host almighty, don't count on that. You saw the Binoclad can't shoot for shit.
No, I know myself. I know I'm gonna fail.
Sure, you're you, but how do we end this? She's not just gonna let you leave.
I need that gun. Go for it.
Suicide bag hop! Split-second decision! Eat lead, scumbag!
Oh my god.
Oh no.
For a moment there,
I was 80% sure the gun is empty, and still the instinct almost took over.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets. This isn't real. Police guns always have bullets.
Oh.
What is this? Why did you sell me this?
She looks devastated. Grab the gun, right now. This might be your only chance.
Pick up your gun.
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they treat me like this?
poor woman. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
What do you think is happening to her?
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this.
Why was she like this in the first
Honestly,
place?
I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8 and loneliness.
Neurodegenerative
Could be.
disease.
Her hands were trembling and she did seem uncoordinated. But what are we gonna do with her?
We're all
The
here.
woman stands in front of you, motionless, unresponsive, almost like an inanimate object now. A mountain of police paraphernalia. In there she is alone, trapped in a world of blue and red lights. Her children and their children, if there were any, stopped coming when it got really bad.
Should we just arrest her?
I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without a gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone. We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family.
Titus sounds like the man for this job.
Then we can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry, because it's late and they might have already gone home. But I think we're done here for now. Let's head out. This is done.
Please, leave the radio on.
Reflex to what? Being left alone. She stands motionless, just a heap of clothes and flashes now. Maybe if you search her once more.
I'm not gonna do that. Oh, I have my gun. A 3-shot revolving barrel Villiers LaSalle pepper box, typically assigned to officers of the RCM upon reaching the rank of sergeant. The butt of the gun is worn and the engraving on the side reads Sunrise Parabellum. This is your gun, no doubt about it. We'll search her, I guess.
The woman stands slumped. She looks catatonic under her mountain of RCM paraphernalia. Is one of those things a police cap?
Electrochemistry? Are you gonna ask about drugs?
There were narcotics in there, too. You're thinking of taking them.
Wink. Shake her shoulders.
The old woman doesn't react to your touch.
Got the RCM.
She doesn't even flinch as you reach out and disentangle the familiar-looking lieutenant's cap from her mountain of RCM paraphernalia.
Oh, is that yours?
It's hard to say. It's been so long since you wore yours.
Maybe. Probably. You know me.
It's your hat.
Leave her be. New hat. Right where it belongs. Cap is sturdy and comfortable and seems to retain its form well. It fits you perfectly. The inside of it smells like cheap tobacco and typewriter ink. It feels familiar somehow. Perhaps it too is yours? Though how the pigs got it is a mystery. It really does not suit us. Okay. Yeah, we need a haircut. We don't need a shave, we need a haircut. I have another level. I'm gonna get rid of this one. It won't lower my perception. Well, hold on a minute. Yeah, my perception will be maxed out if I get rid of that. I can bump up a stat. I feel like I'm going to need this. So we're gonna bump up our hand-eye coordination. What else do we have that can increase it? Shoes work. I think that's really the only thing. Imagine homosexual underground is safe to overwrite. Probably wear useful pants. Both of them lower a reaction, which I'm not too keen on doing. Because those both seem pretty useful. And it's just a bump to electrochemistry, which we have plenty of already. They do give a +1 to reaction speed, even if I hate... Oh my god, they look so terrible. No. No. It's that bad. It's that bad. Titus.
The Copper NATO is
The Copper
back.
NATO is back.
What do you want?
There's an old catatonic lady in the old fish market on the other side of the bay. She needs help.
What's that, Copper? You want us to help little old ladies now?
You're local law enforcement, aren't you? Helping troubled civilians should fall under your jurisdiction.
Yeah. We'll send someone out. Who is? Wait. It's the pigs, isn't it?
Yep, her.
God. Poor lady. Don't worry. We'll handle this. I think she got some family in Kurong or something. Bastards left her alone when she got sick. We've been getting complaints.
Hey, wasn't Everard's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her, I don't know, finding something?
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. She have something of yours, Pig.
Whatever you do, Do not admit to these punks you lost your gun. You will suffer if you do.
Oh. I already told them about the lost gun. I'm just gonna say it. She had my gun.
You absolute fool.
You're fucking with me. Your gun. She had your fucking gun.
Sure did, boss. Heard him loud and clear. The pigs lost his gun to the pigs.
Well, at least I can see you got it back. If you have any questions.
What's her name? Her real name?
Auntie LaPlante. We always called her. Something LaPlante.
Marianne, amigo.
Marianne LaPlante.
Anything else you wanted to know?
Who was she?
Was. Like before. Just an old lady. Her kids moved away.
You don't call, you don't visit?
Never come to visit. Never took her calls. She gets out every now and then. She did right by lots of us when we were kids. Always was a little off, but still.
The children kept her together.
How did she get like this?
Wanted to be a cop, you mean? Well, shit. I don't actually know. Anyone know why she started acting like a pig?
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig?
I can't help but feel... I can't help but feel partially responsible for the unhealthy culture that poor woman has latched onto. I'm sorry. Sorry, cop.
Yeah, you should be.
Whatever, cop. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of our own.
Sorry, cop is back. Where'd she get all her cop gear?
She lives by the water. Shit washes up all the time on the beach.
Oh?
Police paraphernalia doesn't just wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it at night. She bought it, collected it.
Station 41. A man carries a crate of rusted, unused badges. You think these would net us something at the annual auction? A balding detective drags a comb futilely across his head. Shit. Who knows? Just dump them into the river.
Thanks for helping out with this one, Titus.
No problem, old cop man. We take care of our mentally ill here in Martinez. Ain't that right, boys?
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on these streets.
Gonna take off now. Whew. Okay. Merrick, I think you asked earlier if I played again, would I have chosen differently for my skills? I think I would have wanted to put more... Yeah, I probably would have gone intellect instead of speccing heavy into psych. Or psyche. All of these skills interest me in individual ways when they pop up. Current setup really limits how many points you can put into electrochemistry. No, I think this is fine. This is a perfectly respectable amount of points to put into electrochemistry. Especially considering that we don't seem to have ever failed a check relating to her with 4 points into it. So that's probably enough. Alright. Time to go to bed.
It's getting late, and it's raining. Time to call it a day.
Good night, Kim. What about the book? Oh, shit! Right! I forgot that I could do 2 things in one night. Book club time, Kim! I should also probably talk to Roy tomorrow morning, because if the gun didn't have bullets, he probably took them out before he sold it to her. No, I did the assigned reading. That's why I'm such a hardcore communist now. Oh, Kim? He was right there when we were doing the reading, so I'm sure it's fine. Hello there, boys.
You're back.
Just a heads up. This is probably a dead end for you right now. Oh. I'm ready. Let's talk about inframaterialism.
Let's get right to it.
His companion leans forward, ready to jump in.
Mm-hmm. Can you check your stats real quick? Oh. Too late. Oops.
They're impressed that you dove right into the most advanced parts of the theory. Half an hour evaporates, and the conversation is still wending its way toward new and unexpected places.
But if it's true that this individual possesses so much capital that light literally bends around him, then that must mean
that capital produces its own form of plasm, that light itself is a bourgeois invention. Capital produces its own form of plasma.
In Innocence of Capital, Puncher and Wortman argue that communists must possess as little capital as possible in order to keep their thinking undiluted by its influence.
You've accrued a modest account balance over the last few days, but probably not enough to warp your thinking too much.
Again, he was just a regular high net worth individual. There was nothing extra physical about him.
Physical... No. Which one piped up? Physical instrument.
Has it gotten
shivers?
cold in
Damn.
here? Your arms seem to be covered in goose flesh.
Well, on that note, I think we can call it an evening.
Yes. One of our better discussions lately, on the whole.
Hang on, is that it?
What do you mean, is that it? You've done the reading, we talked about it. What more do you expect from a reading group?
What if I have more questions, about communism?
Well, you could always ask, I guess.
We probably won't get a better chance. Honestly.
But it's getting late, so maybe pick the most important question.
Need a minute
Come
to
on.
think about it.
We have things to do in the morning.
Okay, what should
Detective, how should I know what questions you have about communism?
All right, here we go. We're devoting all your available brain cells to coming up with a question about communism. Scratch that. To coming up with the question about communism. The alpha and omega of communism questions. And that question is...
Oh god, that's bad. Surely I can think of something better.
Maybe in another life, but not this one. Face it. This is the question that's been simmering inside you all along.
No.
This was supposed to take your mind off the other thing.
Hang on, I thought I was really getting into the theory back there.
You spent some time getting lost in your theoretical labyrinths. But this has been the beast.
I don't want to get back on the carousel. No! Maybe I should keep this one to myself.
It's too late. You've already opened
No!
your mouth to speak.
Are women bourgeois?
The young man gives you a slightly confused look. as though he's sure you asked something else and he simply misheard. No, he heard you crystal clear. Somehow, it sounded even worse out loud.
He wants to know if women are bourgeois, Esteban.
It's an honest question, I
Yes,
guess.
I heard it. Give me a moment. What makes you ask that question above any other?
I don't know, it's just what my brain told me to say.
That's because your brain is floating in ideology, gendarme. It's practically drowning in it. You ask that question because you're still under the influence of ideology. That's natural. You're like a fish that's only now discovering that her whole life has been dictated by the movements of sea currents. That's what ideology is. It's like there are these invisible forces everywhere, pushing and tugging you this way and that, and you don't even know they're there.
Is it even possible to imagine a world without ideology?
Of course it's possible. Just extremely difficult. You practically have to be a world historical individual to do it. Do you know the story of Dobrova and Abadanais?
That was just some gibberish you made up for the passphrase.
They were the revolutionary lovers. The dual commissars of revolution in Insulinda. Yulia Dobrova came from Grad. Jean Abadanais was born in Revachol. She was brilliant, charismatic, a revolutionary comet. He was her partner and stabilizer, the planet who kept her in orbit.
What became of them, though?
No.
There seems to be a blank paragraph.
No.
It's from them we get the notion of dual leadership, the Decomtage, Revachol's truly great contribution to revolutionary thought. I believe it even persists in some form in the RCM, even to this day. They died on their own terms, like real revolutionaries. There's a lot to say for that.
The true Kim about the Decomtage?
I had no idea its origins went all the way back to the revolution itself. But it makes sense, in a way.
What does this question say about me?
Yes. That's the question you should be asking yourself.
His companion nods, but offers no further solace.
So, you're saying women are only bourgeois because of ideology?
There's more to it than that. People still make their own choices. It's a matter of being aware of what's influencing them.
I need to take some time to think about all this.
The young man nods, but says nothing. He appears to be distracted by something. He's wrestling with some question of his own. He's lost in his own thoughts. You wonder what silt you've stirred in the bottom of his soul. Of course, the matchboxes. You'd very nearly forgotten to ask about them. Now may be your last chance.
The matchboxes. You were trying to make the tower from Nilsson's journals.
So you really did read all the way to the end. Yeah. Uli and I were trying to see whether there was enough plasm between the two of us to hold up a few matchboxes.
Saying it out loud makes him realize how foolish it sounds.
It was just a little informal experiment. No reason to take it too seriously.
We should try again. All of us.
The young man looks at you a moment, then at his companion.
What could it hurt? All right, let's give it another go.
You know what? I'll sit this one out. I don't think you want my skeptical materialism interfering.
Before long, a modest tower begins to rise from the pile of matchboxes. You place every box with the utmost delicacy and precision.
Easy, Uli.
It's holding. It's holding.
For the moment. The higher the tower goes, the quieter the room seems to become. Aside from the occasional comment, the three of you are completely absorbed by the task.
All right. You go next, Stepan.
The young man pushes back his shirt sleeves, revealing the pale flesh of his forearms.
Say nothing.
Is it? It's holding. It's holding.
Yes. This is the closest we've ever gotten.
It's almost exactly as Nilsson's sketch imagined. A physical manifestation of the dialectical spiral of history.
All right, gendarme. Your turn.
You've got this. Theories aside, they're only matchboxes. Even the lieutenant is watching intently now. Take
a deep breath and proceed.
It's...
No. Say nothing.
Well, it may be that we found the outermost limit of our capabilities under the prevailing regime.
Undoubtedly.
Alternatively, it could be that our own ideological fervor is still insufficient.
Yes, the problem is almost certainly your lack of commitment, and not, say, gravity.
Kim, we got pretty fucking close there, man.
Harder to believe, but still possible.
Either way, that's enough parlor games for one night. Thanks for humoring us.
We should probably clean up.
You're unfortunately not communist enough. The target is 30 communism. Damn.
Well, I think we're probably finished here, Detective.
Well, I guess we're off.
Wait a minute. If you don't mind, we wanted to get your opinion on something. A few little changes we've been thinking about.
Kind of changes.
Nothing too major, I think. We were talking potentially about relaxing some parts of our admissions process.
Maybe you should ditch the phrases and meet in a coffee house.
I thought the cloak and dagger routine made us seem more appealing.
I thought so too, but perhaps we overdid it, just a little. There was another thing. We were also debating putting up some posters around town.
Though some of us maintain that advertising is an unacceptably bourgeois tactic.
Sounds like something Cindy could help with.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I guess no one could accuse Cindy of having a bourgeois aesthetic.
Plus, I've got the perfect place in mind. Put some more coffee on, Uli. We've got a long night ahead of us. We should probably get Cindy in here too. Oh, and Gendarme. One last thing. I've been thinking about what you asked before. About women, you know? Not that it's any of my business. But it sounds like this question is really tearing you up inside.
Pain threshold?
It is tearing you up. It's like there's a tiny, hateful beast shredding your very soul.
So, good luck with that, I guess.
Thank you. The Jamrock Shuffle.
The Jamrock Shuffle. In a way, yes, you are treasure hunting. Most officers from Precinct 41 do what is called the Jamrock Shuffle, cracking open containers. Most of them are from Jamrock or Coal City, the poorest parts of Revachol, that also overlap with the network of royal catacombs called Le Royaume, just beneath the streets. As children, you would all go underground, hoping to find treasure, and come back with a rat's tail or a used needle. That playful curiosity must still be in you. Who knows, maybe one day the Orbe de Montagne, the Holy Scepter, and the Cocaine Skull will all be yours.
Find better loot in locked containers. Well, that sure is a good thing to get at the very end of the game. or rather, when we've already exhausted every single locked container in this city block. Alright, now we can go to bed, Kim. Now we can sleep. Alright. Good night, Kim. It's been a great night for communism.
Late and it's snowing. Time to call it a day.
Good night, officer. We'll meet in...
Whew. I shouldn't have healed. I would have just healed from going to sleep.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest.
Wait, Kim gone. Can you talk to the lady? Oh my god. I don't want to. But sure. Where's my suggestion suit? Look Looking good, Harry. Oh, fuck. I'm wearing a Jeff Keighley gamer suit. No! Oh, no, I've become what I hate most! No! Oh, fuck. I'm in hell. You also haven't notified the precinct that you got your... I'll do that in the morning. It's just too much for one night. Hi, ma'am. Would you like to go on a date to the Game Awards?
Soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Oh, yes, she does.
No.
You need to get your drink on. There is no other way for human beings to procreate. Not after 6,000 years of yeast cultivation-based mating rituals.
Mm-hmm. Since the dawn of mankind, Al Ghul has watched over the reprocreation of our species. Lay with me. Let's celebrate the Al Ghul. Alcohol makes closeness possible. Let's connect. I like you, but I'm afraid to be around you because you're a woman.
Okay. Where's this going?
No, I don't like where this is going. I need to be drunk, you do too. Please get drunk with me on a drunk date.
Absurdly and pointedly phrased. You can be...
She doesn't even understand. You asked her out. Perhaps you're too sober to pull it off.
That's alright.
Try again later.
Alright, thank you. Good night, ma'am. I hope we never speak about this again.
It's getting late.
Alright.
The bed is comforting.
Bedtime.
The place feels almost like home now. Quiet and dignified around you. A new life by the seaside. You're incredibly tired. The darkness and warmth come fast. You're falling asleep.
It's easier this time. Drifting off, your head has found a comfortable indent in the pillow. Your legs and your torso feel like lead weights sinking to the bottom of the sea. Until there's suddenly light.
I've heard this song before.
This is the greatest hits material. Black type. Spinning and spinning and spinning. You finally tired yourself, cornered the flicker of your mind and extinguished it.
For now, a little while, you can.
Sleep.
When the pictograms and the hieroglyphs of the world return, they seem silent somehow. The alarm rings quietly too. You're ready.
Your eyes. Build morale. Whew. Okay, well I was kind of expecting a little bit more there, but nonetheless, we will continue. No, we're not going to shave. Absolutely not. Okay. Hi, Kim. Morning. First things first, report my gun.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft globe.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Please connect me to the 41st again.
Just a moment.
10-4, Commie officer, over.
I've successfully located my 9mm Villay pistol. It's on me now and I won't lose it again.
10-4, sir, roger that, and very glad to hear it. I will make relevant changes to the report. Roger that.
Close the door. I found my lost gun. And you're a cop. That's true. I have my identity. I have my gun. I have most of my dignity intact. The dreams have a lot more content in New Game Plus. There's not a New Game Plus, I don't believe you. Alright. Time to do it. Does Everard have anything to say about the gun? Oh my god, you're gonna make me walk all the way to Everard. Sure, why not? Why not? Let's go see what Everard's got to say. It's not like I've been delaying this climax for 2 real-life days. Let's go see our good friend Everett Claire, Kim. Right to work. Mm-hmm. Next. I'm being slandered in Jazz, but I can't send messages because something broke. Oh no! What do you mean something broke? Also, what do you mean you're being slandered in Jazz? What's happening? Oh, something's happening there. Hello, Mr. Claire. Oh. Look, something forgotten on the coffee table. What do you mean? What is it?
So, the ship has sailed. Did you see it? I know you did. Tell me, what did it look like as it grew smaller and smaller when that mainsail dropped behind the horizon?
There's a mean little light in its eyes.
Did it look like a germ? Did it look like a piece of bacteria?
You get a sinking feeling.
No, it looked like a boat sailing away from the coast. No need to be overly
You
dramatic.
wanted us to relay all this information to her.
That this is a takeover? That I want a war? God, I hope you also told her about the drug trade. They absolutely hate getting their hands dirty with that.
Yep.
You can kill 1 million people, but if you do something the police doesn't like, well, then you're out of the yacht club. Goodbye, you inhuman fuck.
Now I know you've been so
No,
forthcoming.
no, Harry. What we have is real. We're working men. This here is real.
No, I knew he wanted us to tell her. It's part of the plan.
Harry, I can't see into the future. We are all playing by ear on this planet. I had no idea she'd react so strongly.
You did want me to relay that.
I did. I knew the negotiations would go better with police officers telling her horror stories from inside the harbor. It's scarier this way. Turns out it was a magnificent strategy. I never thought it'd so fundamentally fuck her up.
How do you know she
Harry, I bunked her cabin. I bunked her whole boat. I had cameras surveying her boat. Hell, I even wanted to bug that thermal cap, but my boys advised against it.
They must have done it while Joyce was busy questioning the locals.
So you've been listening to our conversation all
Not
the
me
time.
personally. I had guys recording and processing this information for me.
Hardy
Hell
boys.
no! They'd fuck it up. They can't do anything right. I mean my
Damn.
real boys. My special task force boys.
Where are these boys?
They sure as hell aren't hanging out in the open with beers in their hands for the cops to question. They're pros, Mr. Kitsuragi.
If I say you used me, he's gonna say it's nothing personal. I don't really know what this one is gonna merit. Why not?
Harry, you made a conscious decision to relay that information to her. You could have kept it for yourself.
She told me a beautiful story about the discovery of the Insulinde.
Of course she did. Rich people have the best stories about all the interesting things they've done and seen, all the beautiful places they've been to. It's just sentimentalism. She can afford to be sentimental, and she can afford to lose as well.
It saddens him that she can. Sours it, but only a tiny bit.
Against you? Oh, Harry, I'd like to think I used it for you.
She said she's insane.
She's not insane. What did she tell you?
Told me she's overradiated from Pale Transit. She has this sentimentality and longing about her.
Heh! She's a sentimental alcoholic. They all are, Harry. Never take a drop and you'll be 8 laps ahead of the upper-class winos, just like old Mr. Clare here. Try it. You'll be a real super detective.
I've actually walked the path of sobriety for a while now.
I can see that, Harry. Alcohol has left its marks, but you're doing better than when I first saw you. Rich man is shitting himself. The working class sober.
So what's going to happen now?
What was always going to happen? We take the harbour and she fucks off to Ozon, uncorks a bottle of wine, calls her partners, and says they need to distance themselves from this nasty business before the big shit spinner splashes everyone. Only difference is the Union doesn't have to lose 2,000 men to machine gun fire.
You know what, let's be honest. Damn, Robert, I was hoping I'd somehow fuck you over in the end, not the other way around.
Damn, Harry. I was hoping that too, but the information I gave you proved too powerful. You knew something big, and you wanted to see what happens when you tell someone. So you told her. Anyone who's ever been close to power will tell you. Inside information is the sweetest thing in the world. It's better than money. It's better than pussy. Money only makes you special for some salesmen. Pussy only makes you special for yourself. Information makes you special for all mankind. It's the ticket to history. Right on, Harry. What you did was participate in history. When history calls, you have to pick up. You had no choice. None of us ever do. A hard disco cop like you, I knew you weren't one to resist temptation.
You know what, detective? I am going to leave this out of my report, and I suggest you leave it out of yours too.
Just look at the 3 of us. The 3 careless boyaderos. Good times, good times.
So what now?
Now there's a whole lot of work to do. For me and for you. I suppose there was a reason you came here, so let's get to it.
Look, my gun.
My. She's quite the looker, Harry. You can't imagine how pleased I am the 2 of you are reunited.
Can I shoot him?
Tell me, was it difficult to convince the pigs to give it up?
Not at all.
I knew you could handle it. I know my special policeman. Anyway, I'm glad you're all right and armed again, Harry. Now, what can Everett Clare do for you?
The container I asked you about? Turns out there's a mega-rich light-bending guy.
Mega-rich light-bending guy? Oh my god. How did that get in there?
Slime like him must have oozed in through the cracks. He must have been in that container when someone accidentally closed the door. He's so rich he could get in anywhere.
Damn it to hell, Harry. I specifically told my guys to check all the containers for mega-rich light-bending guys.
You know, some of him may have been a figment of my imagination. Kim told me he was there.
There was a guy in the container. But he didn't bend any light. That was in the detective's head.
Honestly, guys, we might be moving a spot of drugs through this harbour, but I won't be caught transporting the light-bending mega-rich. I have a reputation to protect.
Mega-rich are people too. Is a nice man. Gave me stock tips. Yes, transportation of mega-rich people should be tightly regulated. Didn't seem like he was safe. You should be honored by the presence of this Magus. He was of half Ravishelian blood and amassed his wealth using a mysterious bond of nationhood. He was a nice guy.
No, they're not. They're vermin, and one just found a way inside my container. Soon, he'll bring the others. All 3 of them. Thank you for telling me. I'll see to this immediately.
All 3 of them.
I shudder to think what you're going to tell me next, Harry.
A few questions
I'm
about the
always
harbor.
happy to educate and entertain you, my friend. So, what's on your mind?
No, that's it for now.
Very nice, Harry. Is there anything else?
I talk later. You know, I'm just not going to mention it. He fucked me over. I've potentially fucked him over, and I'm not going to say a word. You don't gloat until you've won. love to hate Everard. Yeah, I hate him as a guy, love him as a character. Alright. Now, unless anyone has some kind of objection, I can finally go continue the investigation that I was sent here for. Fish, I swear to God. I swear to God.
Right to work! Right to...
Do you mean manana?
Hola, Wandering Man.
No, I already talked to him about the picture. Wait a second. Oh, no, I talked to him about the picture. Tell your management you... Yep, I called them and told them I found the gun. Okay. Now, we can finally go do the thing. Impress Kuno with the gun and win back his respect? No, I don't think that's gonna happen. I thought I could come up in the time that you thought of... I thought I could come up with one in the time that... Okay, so you said objection and then you tried to see if you could come up with something in that time and it didn't work? Right, just in case...
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm, the polished wooden handle almost fusing into your palm.
My hand
It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in Jamrock. It was so long ago. Sheathe your sidearm, officer. A serious law official, cop by the book, should know to only unholster their service weapon when using it is unavoidable.
Understood. Do I have bullets? I have 2 bullets. I don't think walking will do anything now, but we'll walk just in case. Can you preload them? I don't remember. Hold on. Equip this when times are most dire. Doesn't look like it. Quick save.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
As she says the word, officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways.
Don't cover that.
That's an awful decision. Why would you not want to shield yourself from it? It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel.
Yeah, I had a feeling that would work.
Brain.
Thanks, Felician. Love you. You gonna kill me
No,
too?
I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already.
Actually, if I didn't have any fucking nose fed on me, you would have killed me. No, you know what? I want to see how this plays out.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. It's like...
I know you're feeling... Can't say it's a pleasure.
As she says the word...
Don't cover him.
Don't focus on the pain.
You're under arrest!
Really now? Check this out.
Check this out! Nope. No. 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 If you wanted me dead, I'd be dead already. Let's see how this goes, huh?
You feel something in your chest. An unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm. Your jaw.
So I'm guessing this is bad.
Very, very bad.
Try to remain conscious.
All you feel is pain and weakness. You have to surrender now. We all do. It gets so dark. You don't even see her face. Like you always thought you would. You only see pain and fear. Cop suffers final heart attack. A detective lieutenant of the RCM passed away yesterday. His death, though abrupt, did not come as a surprise to those who knew him. He was the heaviest drinker I'd ever met. Captain Ptolemy Price, the deceased superior officer, commented, "That ain't easy on the ticker." He loved his liquor, sure, said Detective Chester McLean, friend and colleague. But I think before he ever had a heart attack, his heart was broken. According to an official statement given by the RCM, the officer was on the brink of solving a murder case.
So no mention of the fact that I died via psychic radio blast? Okay.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive is like 1,000...
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer.
As she says the
Cover your
word
ears.
nobody,
Yeah.
that's not going to help.
Oh, thank you.
You can't shield yourself from this. It's an
Thanks,
entirely
Pain Threshold.
new
Appreciate it.
type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
No, that's okay, Volition. I won't do that. You gonna kill me
No,
too?
I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already.
Uh-huh.
All things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable.
Hey, thanks, Ruby.
I'm using
Appreciate
a pale
it.
latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing. It's the ULAN frequency, blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at.
You should probably check on Kim. That's what good partners do.
Right behind you, officer.
Still active and breathing.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All
thank
alone
you.
out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Thank you.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime
Thank
number
you. No,
generator
now is
station.
definitely the time
It's
for
used
this.
Specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
This must
there's
be
the
how
mystery.
Twins heard the radio in their heads. They must have been standing by.
Give me a second. Hold on, ma'am. One moment. Let me just hold on. I have a new thought brewing. Just a second. Hold that thought. I'm having a different one. Right now I'm wishing I were a magnesium-based life form. How'd you get your hands on this thing?
Myself.
And she's proud of it too. As she ought to be. This is way beyond your abilities.
That's illegal.
That's illegal!
But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond.
You experienced the compressor yourself?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
Writing in the game suddenly got very... It's very strange. Yeah. This is all great. Let's talk about the man who was killed.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
You know, can I just
If
ask
you've got
you something?
something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
You're looking for a deal on mattress.
There it is.
God damn it.
She guards you and Kim with sudden
Fine.
sympathy.
If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
She steps reluctantly out of the shadows.
She's carrying a 2-barrel front loader. Remain careful. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much.
How did you know we were coming? She fucking heard us, obviously.
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
By hiding bullets under floorboards?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
She didn't rat on you out, by the way, Isabel, the washer.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
Desperate, aren't you?
I was. Before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
It was dark in the shack. The waves outside had calmed down. She looked at the loaded gun. Then she cracked the barrel open and took the bullet out. Not today.
Did you shoot lately?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching. Though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
Went to arrest her, Claudia. They told me everything.
Oh. Well, I guess I always knew she was a survivor above all else. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
First guess wasn't entirely off.
Titus and his boys, man. They told us you were on the coast.
Even now, Kim is a paragon of professionalism. He is trying to make a clean cut of telling her she was betrayed.
Well, fuck. Those guys liked me, I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like...
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Asking questions, and I have some for you. Honestly, I don't know how I do it. I just stumbled in here. Can you please explain this shit to me? You called me a human can opener?
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Honestly, I don't know how I do it. I just stumbled in here. Can you please explain this shit to me? Alright, can opener time, baby!
What shit? I told you I didn't do it. Sounds pretty simple to me.
You say Lily was a
I
likable
didn't like
person?
him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
Nothing more personal yet against him? Perhaps his way with
You
women?
think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me. And definitely not a reason to off someone.
See her confident gaze.
Electrochemistry.
Her toned arms. Yeah, she wouldn't have had much trouble in the intimacy department.
Electrochemistry took one look at her and said, yeah, she fucks. To protect him.
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
She didn't hate it, okay?
I'm listening.
An alibi?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you.
There were 10 minutes they couldn't account for.
You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time.
Hold on, no one takes a 15-minute leak. Her investigation has shown us that 15 minutes was just enough time to commit the murder.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
There's a secret way to the first floor of the Whirling
Don't know it, but also...
Evaluating your competence as a police officer.
The shot couldn't have come from the roof. Or we would have all heard it downstairs.
Yeah.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
You have a gun?
And?
It's a front loader. Where did you get it?
The gun store.
What gun
Trigger
store?
Happy Jacks.
It sounds like the name of a real store.
What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
See a front loader.
Sure don't.
A breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
Oh no. Kind of
A
gun is it?
knocked away 80 front loader. 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
That's what I want to ask you about.
Evidence.
Closet
I
a lot?
considered her a good friend, yeah.
Are you a girl like her? You would be more than just friends.
So that's where you were going with this.
So you wanted to run away
That's
with
a
her.
very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts we didn't want to catch up with us. And we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
The lieutenant watches her expectantly. Occasionally
You like
shaking
kissing
from
girls,
pain.
don't you?
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it.
I have to defend her taste. Then what happened? Hold on.
She does know how to pick 'em.
And what happened?
She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leaving me on.
Mhm.
I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it and move on.
No ill will then. It wasn't a problem for her.
Angry when you started seeing Lily?
One time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy.
By the way,
Thank you,
DeLorean
Encyclopedia.
tracks are still held in high regard for innovation in language and motifs. They are also known for overwrought emotions leading to catastrophic outcomes.
Are you a girl kisser?
What the hell, man? Yeah, why not? I've gotten worse.
Her hand slipped from the dial of the compressor for a moment, almost turning it down. Then she put her hand back. Not yet. Not yet.
Sorry if you helped her by staging
Yeah,
the lynching?
the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer.
Other things I
Go
wanna
ahead.
ask about.
It's your body.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
You like to hang out
Who
on
doesn't?
rooftops?
Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
The only reason you hung out on
The
the roof?
view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah.
Alright, what's so great
Along
about
with
this antenna?
Claudia. It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival. Yes, I'm sure. And any so, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
That really comes as a blow to her.
No, I didn't. On my way.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
A financial incentive to
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union. I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
You're using it, you're threatening us.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
Okay, let's take a step back.
Where?
More questions before doing anything.
Okay. Nudged it during drugs talk? Okay. Who killed the merc if it
How
wasn't
should
you?
I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
What happened Sunday night?
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasia comes in, all pale and shuddering.
Love how Klasia twisted this relationship around just enough to make herself look more vulnerable and innocent.
She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
Klasia said you knew something was wrong immediately.
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
Klasia said you seemed to have a plan prepared when you
What?
got there.
No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
Her idea?
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy boys. Yeah,
So calm.
I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
Hold on a minute. Okay, I'm gonna stew for a little more.
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried the lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going, fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me. I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
So this is what she was scared to tell Titus. This cop.
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Huh?
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Who's everyone? How do you know
Everyone
this?
in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
What's my name? She know that about me. Must know my
Harry
name.
Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to la puta madre.
Did someone mention a fucked up tie? I call bullshit! You're too crazy to be corrupt!
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. Criminals make up bogeyman stories about cops all the time. All of this just means that you're effective. Criminals know you and are scared of you.
Heard of La Puta Madre. He's dangerous,
Is that a
right?
joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
Sorry, I know. I'm sorry. Sorry, cop time. I know I'm supposed to know all this, but I lost my memory.
Yeah,
recently.
sure.
She doesn't believe
Yeah.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
What did you do to this madre anyway?
You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
you. She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat.
You know about the bunker next
What
door?
bunker?
Communist hideout back there.
Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Feels like her voice trails off in a white noise in her. It feels like the aneurysm approaching. Oh boy.
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
God damn it. I think that's probably just dead.
The violent white noise becomes even more overwhelming closer to the compressor.
Oh.
Feels like your brain is swelling up in your skull.
Hold still and try to have an apocalyptic vision. Yeah, that's death. Well, reload. And do all of that again. And let's make sure that we've got something a little better on this time around. It's something else for pain threshold, right? No, but I need my tie. I need my tie. Something else for pain threshold. My coats? Yep. Not putting those on. They're that bad. Alright. Quick save.
Suddenly, your entire body
Let's do this
is
again.
It's like
I know you can't say it's a...
as she says the word, that's a don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
No, I'm using a...
The X blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Saw my...
You should probably check on Kim.
Right behind...
A pale signal so precise at the upper...
This must be how the twins heard the radio in their heads.
How'd you get
I built it myself.
And she's proud of it too. As she ought to be.
Hold that thought!
This is way beyond your abilities.
It might have been better to use that for endurance, but oh well.
That's illegal.
Oh yeah. Way beyond. No. Yeah, I stuck my head in it. Yeah, let's not. If you've got. God damn it. Fine.
She's carrying it well. It doesn't feel much better.
I heard you in the passages, so you
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
All right. Thank you. Hold that thought, ma'am.
So nice. That's what
That's
I
great.
was.
Did you shoot
No,
Larry?
who ratted me out, by the way? Oh, but she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass.
Deep down,
How the fuck did the rest of you? I did, didn't I?
that did make her forgive them. A little.
What shit? I told you I didn't do it. I didn't like him. You think I was...
See her confident.
Yeah, sure.
She didn't hate him.
I'm listening. Man,
Alibi.
I was with the boys the whole... Yeah,
15 minutes.
and I'm sure they also... Can't do either without some... Wow. Now I'm curious. Don't know it.
Evaluating.
The shot couldn't have...
That didn't go so
The
well.
gun.
The
Where'd
gun
you get it? Gun
triggered
store?
Happy Jacks. What did you think? That I'm going to... Sure
order.
No.
This is such a white.
I knocked away... Yeah.
Fence.
Evident. I
That caused you
considered
a
her a
lot.
good
Are
friend.
you a girl like
Her
her?
hand slipped from the dial of the compressor.
You want more than just
Well, that's a
friends?
very...
The lieutenant.
Okay, fine. I wasn't.
She likes
does know
truly
how to
buff
give
men.
She I knew that wasn't...
No ill will there.
Yeah, I was a little worried.
By the way, DeLorean
Thank you.
tragedies are still...
Yeah.
But everything.
The girl seemed... Go ahead. It's your body.
And mine too, he thinks.
Hang
Who
on
doesn't?
rooftops.
The
only
view's
reason
pretty...
what's
It's
so
very...
great about the antenna.
Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I
running
said
charge for the
before,
Union,
so...
after you, Lori.
That really comes as a blow to her.
Didn't- on my own
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own.
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
Man, it's to get away from... I got lucky.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Oh, succeeded on that one. You're threatening
Based
us
on
with
what
it.
I've heard about you.
There's a sinister note in her voice. Even with the gun and the compressor, she's afraid of you.
Oh, past that
Yeah?
one too.
Where?
More questions before...
How should I...
Those
you?
Who hasn't? He was still warm.
After Sunday night, tell me your version.
All right, don't kill yourself over it. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her... No, she asked...
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
Seen how.
What?
She looked...
Yeah, in cold blood.
She wasn't surprised.
It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower.
Glacia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to... As I keep...
But
War? Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people. I saw...
So that strange, distant fear is getting close now. It's a fear of yourself.
Oh.
Yes. You. Everyone says you're his peon.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself.
Well.
Fucking hell. It's especially bad suddenly.
One of my healing just got lost to time.
Oh, yes, they do. The cops...
She knows that about you.
Harry Dubois.
So she knows... I don't know. Sounds pretty convincing to me.
Is that a joke?
right. No,
Or,
that was a
yeah,
real
sure.
question.
She doesn't...
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will... You've been to my lorry.
She's not going to change her mind that easily.
No, but the
What
bunker
bunker?
next door.
Don't know anything.
Shouldn't have done that.
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
Okay, momentary window of clarity. Alright, good. She's just not going to do anything while I'm walking towards it?
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
You okay, Kim?
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
Oh! Yeah, I think if I ask this, she's just gonna go for it.
You should know the words to say. You've been here yourself. So why is it not coming to you? Because you've been going around pointing a gun at yourself, trying to answer the same question in vain. Her finger squeezes the trigger now. No, wait. Finally, it comes to you. A way to connect with her.
Please don't fucking work. Please. I've been let down by women too. Yeah.
She flashes you an incredulous grin.
Yeah.
Then she exhales sharply, shakes her head, and pulls the trigger. You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
Lieutenant Yefreitor Dubois, control your emotions. We did our job. This won't be the worst thing that happens on this case, believe me.
New gun!
You can't let this break you.
There is no coming back from this one. It will stay with you in nightmares.
What did we just do?
Our job. It went really bad. And now we need to clean it up.
She died. How can he be so cold?
Okay.
Fuck.
Get a hold of yourself. He needs your support now too.
Okay.
We clean up. It may take days for processing to pick up her body. We need to move it somewhere. That tent there.
All right. I didn't like that section. That's Kim's volumetric shit compressor. Everything else is normal. RTS section redeems it, thankfully. It's even worse when you die over and over. Yeah, I was worried I was going to die again because it seemed like my healing got eaten. I'm just going to take that? Okay. I mean, you do need to have the right shit equipped in the RTS section. Dark water trails into the distance. There's no way out. Bromine. Thank you, I need that. Cooking utensils, she has prepared herself porridge with bananas. Tools. So if you don't get your gun back from Everard, here's how you get a gun. Compact no nonsense design. The walnut panel grip is scratched up, bearing a sheen of long wear in the hands of its previous owner.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately. It was pitched by practiced hands. She was used to camping out. You see a rolled-up sleeping bag and personal belongings.
We should put her in the sleeping bag, so the rats don't get to her.
The lieutenant nods. There she lies, cocooned in the sleeping bag, surrounded by empty cigarette packs, books, and half-read magazines. Magazines? You should look through them.
Shine your flashlight on the books and magazines.
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook. You pocket the worn brown leather journal. She watches by, motionless.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
You got it, Kim.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects and engineers. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled. The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
We could learn a lot from this.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Professionalism is his coping mechanism.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I feel like we're on the precipice of something. And I want to keep going. We've got a lot of momentum. So we're about 5 hours in. I think I'm going to strap in for the long haul. So we're going to take a break now. And I'll be back. Take a bit of a longer one. I'll be back. I'm back. Just got back here. How much longer are you going? I think I'm gonna try and finish the game. I could be wrong, but I feel like I'm at a point where it's like maybe 2 more hours if I'm really, really focused on this.
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Huh. Okay, so a couple of things. One, I didn't really like this scene. Little section here. Maybe I just gave it too much build-up by taking, 2 days to go do side quests and mop up stuff. This didn't really work for me. There are some good parts to it, but overall, I think it's pretty bad. Probably one of the worst parts of the game so far, if not the worst. It gives me a lot of information to sort of try and wrap my head around, but the entire conversation itself feels like it should not have happened under any circumstances. Like, I don't know what her plan was if not to shoot herself in the head. Does that make sense? I have no idea what she was even trying to do there. Or why she was even talking to us in the first place. Like, as I see it, I feel like once she has us locked down, you run. Maybe she's buying time. Yeah, I just don't get it. Hi, Ruby. Do you get it either? No? Ruby, things didn't turn out too well for you. It didn't go too well, Ruby. Bye. Ruby walked in. She does say that she almost did it in the cabin and barely put it together to go ahead and go and kill Harry. I'm talking to my dog, Ruby. I don't get it. I don't know anything about what she was planning to do here. My dog! Merrick, my dog! Scene is incomplete because you're missing a piece of info which you can't reasonably have. No, not RWB. Don't slander me like this. No, Ruby like the gem. If you go alone without Kim, she does kill you. Okay. That is exactly what I wanted to know. And exactly the outcome that I expected. I was wondering, if you go here without Kim, what happens? And my assumption was she just fucking shoots you while you're in the death ray. Nice way to hide your love for the show. I think I'm going to have to hide a lot more than just my love for the show if you continue this line of questioning. Not shoots, just turns the latitude compressor to 11 if I recall correctly. You just get the red screen and die. Afraid I'll uncover the truth? Afraid of some other unseemly things happening. We'll say. Yeah, also don't like that there's not a unique newspaper, someone said. I saw a bit of Joe's stream, and I saw that when you die, it shows a newspaper, and some of them are context sensitive. I feel like if there was ever a time to have a context sensitive newspaper, it would be when you get blasted to death by the radio wave laser. I don't think that conversation would have happened in any capacity, especially the beginning, where she's just Zero Escape Encyclopedia Possum just explaining what her machine is and what it does, and Kim is like, but what about, so it does this, you're explaining that it does this, and she says, yeah, that's what it does, and it's really cool, and I built it myself. It's very strange, that entire interaction. Especially the line, that's illegal! Yeah, dude. She's holding 2 cops in a death ray. Of course it's illegal. The entire interaction just feels fucked from the start. That part could have been inside the journal you're reading. Yes, and I don't think, judging by anything that just happened in that encounter, she would be the type of person to explain that. Especially when it got down to the stuff of her saying, that you're the right-hand man of La Puta Madre. She's very dismissive and scared. Right? She's a cornered animal. There is absolutely no reason or any logical conclusion that could lead her to just explaining her death ray at that moment in time. I think if they want to explain the death ray in that moment, you need to have some impossible interfacing check, or some encyclopedia check, some combination of unbelievable rolls that could actually explain to you what the hell is going on, and then have it in the journal afterwards. But absolutely, she shouldn't be explaining that to you. There seemed to be this weird thing with a bunch of different people betraying her, and you can convince her that they didn't betray her. And it seems like that didn't do anything. I don't know what the purpose of that was. I feel like that would be something to maybe give you a bonus on the rhetoric check. But I don't know. Just a very, very strange scene altogether. How much worse did dying make this scene? Pretty bad. Pretty bad. Unfortunately, that is a natural consequence of games. There has to be some inherent threat to what's going on here. But I don't know, man. I think this might be a situation where, you just fall unconscious. The radio waves literally just knock you the fuck out, and when you wake up, her camp is gone, she's gone, and there's absolutely no lead of where she's gone. And then you go outside, and whatever is happening is happening. I think having you die, especially when you can just immediately take 2 damage like that. If I didn't put any points into my endurance, I'm just fucked. I think it should be like whenever you open the secret compartment. or the storage compartment in your what is it? In your ledger. It should be just like that. You just pass the fuck out. It happens to Kim too. And then you have a conversation with the reptilian brain and the limbic system. And she's just gone. Maybe at that point the punishment should be locking you out of... Exactly! It should be locking you out of the end of this thread that's going on with Ruby. Which I guess has kind of happened because I didn't stop her from killing herself. But yeah. I don't think it's very good. I don't think that the scene understands colonialism. I think it does need an editor. And another thing, I feel like with a check that important, it should have multiple ways to stop her. I think if there was ever a time to let you choose your strengths and choose your method there, that should have been it. I understand rhetoric because you're convincing her. I think empathy would also be really... Or hell, have you forced to do multiple checks in a row that utilize skills from a bunch of different disciplines. But having that just be a straight rhetoric roll for something that important seems weird. Not that the game hasn't done anything like that before, but here especially, it just does not really work. As far as the information that I got from it, obviously there's a lot of suspicion being pointed in the direction of Claudia now. With the assumption that I absolutely should have arrested her. Because she's pinned a lot of this on Ruby. Assuming that Ruby is telling the truth. Which, again, I don't know why she's telling me shit. You know, I maybe they're trying to go for that whole human can opener angle. Again, with Harry, to make you seem competent, and you're just getting more and more information as you keep talking, which seems to be what they're trying to go for, because you exhaust a dialogue option, and it gives you a new one. It's not like they're all available. It's just like one thing flows into the other. But if that's the case, I really think they should have made it more difficult to get information out of her in that case. There should be a role to get to the next conversation topic, to get more information out of her as you're talking with her through this thing. There's just a lot of things wrong with it, and a lot of things that should have been done differently. But I think, obviously, something is going on with Claudia. My thinking right now is that she wasn't bullshitting when she says that if she's taken in by the authorities, the Oranese government will kill her. But I think she was not being honest about why that's the case. I don't think she's a fugitive. I think she's a spy. And if her cover is blown, she's fucking dead before she can let anything get out. And then there's also the possibility... What's the possibility? Originally, I was thinking that maybe she would be the third mercenary. But that's not tracking. Must have bugged because cop dies in heroic attempt to apprehend suspect in murder investigation is a newspaper headline. Interesting. A spy for the Oranese government is my thinking. Doing drugs? Possibly, yeah. I think this was intentional. I think Revachol and the Union was a powder keg, and there's some third force involved here that wants to set that powder keg the fuck off. I don't think it's just a series of happy coincidences. We'll continue from there.
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. The way some of those question marks trail off into ellipsis. She was going through a tough time.
Oh, you think?
Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
We're back to
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
What did she write?
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means.
Yeah.
These
Oh,
are
wow.
personal notes.
Pretty
Don't
fucking
expect
close,
to
though.
Understand all of it.
Empath power, knowing that someone was going through a tough time after they committed suicide. Kim, give me a second. I'm activating my True Colors ability. I'm sensing that this woman was going through some kind of emotional turmoil. Oh, it's dense, Kim. Oh, my God. It's bad.
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M, though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th.
Saving this as jelly on the shitter.mp3.
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder.
Officer, I understand you're frustrated, but it's unprofessional to call your service weapon a stupid gun.
Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Things played out just as she had feared, except you didn't shoot her.
I would do something.
Maybe it's the old you, or maybe she was just paranoid. No, not even the old you. No you would do that.
Read the entry from March 12th.
Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the
Yes.
boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures, first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic.
I feel like, again, they're going for this angle of trying to tug at your heartstrings with this betrayal thing. But it's just not working.
The entry ends abruptly.
I feel like it's going. It should be going in the opposite direction. I feel like I should have had to leverage the fact that I could say she'd been betrayed by all these different parties in order to get the upper hand there. Because it seemed like clarifying that I got that information on my own and that these people did trust her and didn't want to give her up. Didn't do anything at all. That just makes her... Yeah. Exactly. I feel like that would make the rhetoric check harder if you said, yeah, you've been betrayed by all these people. But I don't think you get the check if she... Okay, so then my reward for doing that is that I had the chance. Okay. Like making the suicide the direct consequence of your actions? Yeah. It's the most
recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
I don't think she killed the mercenary. It looks like she might have been framed.
This whole thing was a detour, and a fatal one, he thinks. Don't get emotional.
She died for nothing. She killed the mark, then turned the gun on herself. Case closed. It's so tidy. Okay, what do you mean framed?
By the Hardy Boys? By Classier? By Az?
Am I really a La Puta Madre agent?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
Who do you think killed the merc?
Classier was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or...
No one heard the shot.
Maybe she had an accomplice.
Yeah. That's
Either
exactly
way,
what I'm thinking.
we need to keep an eye on her. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Honestly, I think my biggest issue with the Ruby scene is as simple as it being mandatory, that and the bottleneck from the checks to even get it hurt the game so badly. You should just be able to miss her. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, her just waiting here forever doesn't make a lot of sense. There's a lot that doesn't really work with this scene as a whole.
The plain red tent rests.
There's a lot that doesn't work. And a lot of it rests on the chronological tension of the entire scene not functioning properly.
Bratan! Now is the time!
Time for what?
Oh, you will see.
Feels like the necktie is rubbing itself against your chest like a cat in heat. Okay, let's hope C8 didn't see that one.
That's the spirit! The blue medicinal spirit! Grab the bottle and uncork it! It is time to unleash the other world!
Wait, right now? A woman just died and you think now is a good time to party?
Bratan! Life and death are inseparable! There's a party when you're born, a party every year to celebrate that birth, and a party when you're put in the ground!
Electrochemistry?
Yeah? What's the problem here?
Why shouldn't there be a party when you die? And besides, this isn't even about that. You have no idea what this is about. This is gonna be so off the hook. It's gonna be off all hooks.
Slowly uncork the blue medicinal
The
spirit.
bottle opens with a silent, mysterious hiss. The fumes rising from its mouth are as crisp as the northern winds.
Now, Bratan, take me off.
What? I didn't know I could do that.
Bratan, have I ever lied to you? Just take me off.
Take the necktie off.
Your fingers manage to undo the
No!
oily knot.
No, no, no,
and the
no, no,
necktie
no!
slides off. It looks so frail sitting there in your hand, weighing almost nothing.
Now what?
Now, put me in the bottle.
Why?
Trust me! Just trust me! You and I are gonna have so much fun it should be illegal!
I suspect that it might be.
Just put me in the bottle, Bratan! I'm not gonna let you down! You and I are like the same person!
Okay.
As the necktie slides into the purifying liquid, large stains of grease rise off from it and float to the surface. There, they quickly dissolve and disappear completely, cleansed by the blue spirit fire of 98.7% pure alcohol. The fabric looks almost new again. No longer like a disgusting worm of the lower intestine, but like a colorful and deadly poisonous reef snake of the Insulindian Ocean.
It's the gratuitous fan service bath scene everyone's been waiting for.
The necktie floats in the bluish liquid with almost unearthly grace.
Necktie?
There is silence.
Necktie?
There is silence.
Break the bottle and put it away.
The lieutenant has been observing you quietly all this time. He's struggling to keep silent, but finally seems to give up.
I've got to ask, what are you doing?
Okay, Kim, I didn't want to tell anyone, but my necktie has been talking to me lately.
Of course it has.
It started when I woke up in the whirling rags. It's been talking to me ever since.
And what has the necktie been telling you, if I may ask?
Sort of a father figure. We're buds, mostly just goofing around. Signs of some really hardcore mental illness, Kim. It mostly urges me to party harder.
Wonderful. Very useful. Okay, so why did you put it in the bottle?
Because it told me to.
Right, okay. Anyway, I'm glad you told me your necktie has been speaking to you. That must not have been easy.
We're all under stress. This is turning into a great big mess. I'm not judging. Just keep it together.
Let's go.
Spirit bomb. Your spirit guide to the party scene. The horrific necktie is floating serenely in the blue medicinal spirit. As it is still 98.7% alcohol, this necktie cocktail is extremely flammable and should be kept far away from an open flame. She turned herself into a Molotov cocktail. Which one do I put on? She evolved into Bomb-chan? She's still Time-chan. She's still Tai-chan. It's scarf time. By the way, you only get the storyline if you've got very high electrochemistry. That can't be true. That just cannot be true. Spirit is eternal. Be ready, Bratan. Are you sure it's untrue, though? What are you trying to do to me right now? What sort of fucking... What are you doing to my brain? I don't think it's true. Obviously, that means that I think it is untrue. I'm sorry, hold on. Is that snow? For some reason, I feel like that might not be snow. Okay, everyone's out here like normal. Gaslight, gatekeep, garish, necktie.
Our tenant, the policeman.
Uh-huh. Okay. Horrific necktie, hardcore party, hydrogen bomb. Wrong way. I'm gonna go on a double date with Liliana and Kim. Oh, joy!
Stop. Now. It is time.
For what?
Crisis. Death. You can feel it in your blue soul.
What?
Your old friend has prepared you for this, at great cost to himself. Make sure you have the spirit bomb in your hand when shit goes south. You hear what sounds like an enthusiastic gurgling coming from the spirit bomb in your pocket.
I'm not sure I feel ready for what
Then
lies
you'd
ahead.
better get ready. Whatever happens, I've got your back.
Hey.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth.
Oh,
Welcome
boy.
to the fucking reckoning. Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right? Shut up. You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. There's something very wrong with him.
It's dangerous.
Shh.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Courty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
Sounds like the armored figure is weeping.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all, heavily armed. The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
What do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene. If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
The Mercenary Tribunal.
Police time.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
I think he's calmed down a bit.
Pig fuck!
One word you can make out. Doesn't sound calm. Can see you're drunk.
Ah, yeah! Welcome to the fucking party. You're probably gonna get killed too. I don't give a shit if you're cops.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the blue medicinal spirit in your hand seems to have a pulsating glow. It feels enticing somehow.
All right! End game! Light me on fire and throw me in his face!
Yes, yes. Just throw the bomb at him. I'm barely keeping you together here. No time to talk. He will only rattle you.
I did not save.
No, please. Peace. It has worked this far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer, Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out. Rip you open.
Hold that thought, Rude. One moment. Never mind. Don't hold that thought. I'll have to hold mine. The killer.
The gunner. The raddest. The killer. What do you think he does?
There, on the rim of Owen Cloven's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19, 20, 21. About 50 little stick figures. All of them black, plus 2 little white ones in the end. These men served in Seminai, the native islanders.
Kills black people.
That's right. Plenty of kips here in Revachol, too.
T, let's fucking do it.
Yeah?
Didn't do it.
Who did that?
Couldn't have been Clausia. Wasn't Ruby, couldn't have been Clausia. Can't have been Titus. Couldn't have been me, I wasn't even in town. It has to be someone else.
How fucking convenient.
From a great distance, a sniper did.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now, huh? How about the kid? Tell me, it's a magic fucking sniper one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead cop marshal won't decide who...
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
He was shot, he wasn't hanged. Listen.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
A Kiel Model 40 revolver, 8 rounds in the barrel. The gun slowly sways in his hand from the inebriation.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
Hanging was only a cover-up.
Fucking liars.
Oh!
The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
Yes. So what?
Is racism the answer? Yeah, that's right. I haven't had that advanced race theory thought. I don't know what I'm gonna do, what this'll do. If I say this, he's gonna say, I won't fucking regret a thing. I know they're fucking racist. I just don't know if they're on the same level as Measurehead. Fuck it. If there was ever a time, it's now.
Stupid shit. I know what you're doing. You fuck. It's not gonna work. I'm clear as day.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
Pines Rep does not approve of this.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
Wild Pines is not going to forgive you massacring a bunch of innocent people. She's gonna be mad when she hears about this.
The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's not listening, but looking for an opening.
Okay, let me just say one thing.
Fucking waste this fuck!
Let's fucking dance. Of course. Of course.
You throw the bomb and it's way off.
Wow. Of course.
It's a fiasco, Bratan!
I am tempted to reload. That's how upset I am about that.
Even at this distance, you can still make out the ugly tie suspended in blue liquid.
I am genuinely tempted to reload just for that. What's the story between us?
What?
Like, how did I get
You're
you, or...
a sad drunk who bought an ugly tie.
What?
Who gives a shit? Everyone is going to die because our plan failed. I have no idea how you're going to get out of this. No idea.
What's going to happen now?
What's going to happen now? Everyone's going to die. What do you think's going to happen?
It's not going to hit?
No, it's off. Way off. I told you. The man it was supposed to hit is looking over his shoulder to see where it went. And you can't see it. It's that off.
This is it! I'm gonna hit the ground about away now! Most of the people in this yard are gonna die, if not all! Probably you too! It's a complete disaster!
No, not a disaster. Weave this into the story of you. Walk out of its ruins. Save those who still can be saved. I'm on your side. And the lieutenant too. And the men behind your back, drawing their weapons. You can live. You can get out of this.
I'm sorry. Not even looking in the right direction.
I bet you are!
No.
Around you, time starts moving again. The sounds of violence and panic.
Gonna take a shot at me first. Okay.
To
all
your
right,
right,
good, good.
The killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly. An Easter AR-FA-7, built for taking out light armored vehicles. It will devastate you.
Kim, where's Kim?
From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rude. You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask behind it, his eyes in the slit of the helmet, like a camera lens,
no
focusing
chance
on you. 0.4 seconds remain. There are 6 little black dots in the tip of the barrel, like a honeycomb. This is a knock cannon. It shoots 6 rounds in one pull of the trigger. Is there anything we could use to protect this frail body? That gun will tear us to pieces. A full suit of armor can't be too agile. You can shift direction faster than he can.
No shot.
The shot rings and you stumble. Something violently tugs at your shoulder, pushing you backwards with incredible force. A volcano of burning pain erupts from your
I might not have to reload. I might just die.
God, please.
Then, 2 shots ring and you hear a scream.
No fucking way, Kim!
Who got hit?
Who's screaming?
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 cold eyes looking at you through all the smoke and panic, and a pistol raised, aiming at your chest, point blank. Then the man squeezes the trigger.
Look him in the
A
eye.
look of happiness. His eyes seem unnaturally bright, shining like stars. Something in the fear must distort him somehow. He is evil, and the end. Here it comes. Death.
No chance. Yep. If Kim took a bullet for me, I'm gonna fucking lose it.
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes.
Oh.
Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it. The Hardy Boys are yelling. Someone is running, jumping over you. In the background you hear gunfire shatter glass, and then a man in pain. A familiar sound. It's Titus with a splat like meat. You hear bullets rip into him. His voice, still giving orders, grows fainter. A gurgle. He's not gonna make it. Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
No one wants to party with me. That's just a lie.
Stay with me.
Do I have a vessel? Do I have a vessel? Shouldn't have called her, now she hates me.
Yes, keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him, a shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising his pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. No, you say, and hand out your firearm to him. Your hand trembles, and your eyes are full of fear. That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves like a spring unloaded. He grabs the gun from your bloody hand and fires behind him. You hear a roar of pain, a death scream. The sound disappears like someone pressed stop on the tape. The hulking figure, too, is gone. And so is Kim. And the whole world.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep, and rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth, drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Sunrise, Parabellum. Sunrise, Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
And it's engraved on
Cops like it.
war today.
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty.
Day 9,
Apocalyptic
wow.
violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
Ouch.
That's right. Ouch, indeed.
Let's check it. Can you took it off?
Yes. The joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
What is... Something bugged there. Something absolutely bugged there.
The close proximity of death must have made the lieutenant contemplate his life choices. He's done with the jacket.
Ooh, it's clean.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
Oh,
2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water.
What happened?
You tried to throw an improvised petroleum bomb. It missed. Then you said, "It's a fiasco, Bratan."
No!
In a funny voice. A firefight ensued.
The time made me do it.
The lieutenant does not answer. Instead, searching his coat pockets for something. A smoke, most likely.
What happened then?
As retaliation, the rifleman shot you. He hit with his carabine. I was looking for a clear line of sight. When I found it...
He sounds a tiny bit sorry he did not find it before you got hit.
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo died before they made it to intensive care. Titus died in the hospital yesterday. Alain and the young musician, I forget his name, they are all that's left. Yes. You were bleeding out. I think you said something about your wife, and you warned me. I was able to disarm the Major before he got the jump on me.
Thank you, although...
I was not able to kill him, as I should have. Cronel took him. A stray bullet killed the Pole, though. And that's what happened.
And the Major?
He's in a private hospital across the river. Cronel claimed him from the local butcher shop where Titus died. Turns out he's insured. We won't get to him anymore. The good news is he's not coming here either. I did some damage.
This is dead.
Yes. This is the one.
How many casualties?
5. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, Angus, the fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Titus. All.
Total shit
Yes,
show.
officer. 7 people are dead. It's not a success.
+1. Ruby.
But what's done is done. The violence is cold
I guess you
enough.
got it right then.
The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us. Pretty bad, officer. You've suffered 2 wounds. The first is below your shoulder. The bullet passed through your shoulder blade, luckily missing your lung and heart. The second shot hit you in the thigh, the left quadriceps. No major arteries were nicked, but the bullet had to be removed. Bacterial infection was treated with mercurochrome.
Can I walk?
We will see. You won't be able to dance much, that's for sure. You should be able to live with limping around, though.
Are you hurt?
Not very. I have a concussion from the Major beating me with the butt of his gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't
Oh yeah,
warn
no,
me.
we're fucking dead.
Thank you.
Leg shot
I did not see
is
him coming.
lethal.
Stupid of me.
Anyone from the station
No.
seen me?
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
They don't care about me at all.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
You haven't seen any.
I'm
have you?
sure they're worried about you.
My station
I
treated
did.
me. Thank you.
No need.
Okay.
Easy now.
Your balance is way off. You feel like you're about to fall over on that thing.
How are you?
My disco days are done.
Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Leafrater. It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
Dramamine? Then it's
Oh,
not
thanks,
that
Encyclopedia.
bad. Neither
Glad you're
surgical
still
nor
kicking.
organ damage bad, but still under the counter bad.
I honestly don't know.
You don't know?
We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. Joyce has left too, thanks to our meddling. I don't know what to think. It might not have been a bad idea. There is a pin somewhere in the machine. Something is keeping Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone, and Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know? Oh yes, she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up.
Yep.
I asked Mr. Gart. Turns out it was a bad idea not to arrest her, but maybe it was a good deed that will pay off in heaven.
Who would have figured?
Who did it then?
I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
Oh.
Absolutely. There's no other way to go about it. We screwed up.
He's made his peace with it. He's had time to do so.
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if...
That does make some sense.
Flowers.
What?
They're on the roof. I did not catch them. Huh?
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to catch everything.
Man, I'm surprised that came back. What about the hole in the wall? Someone was checking her out.
I don't know. That's been there for years.
Goddamn footprints.
Yes. God cursed the footprints, not solving the case for us. Au diable.
Still a 28% possibility the shot
We
came
should
from
go
a distance.
upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else? We
Revolutionary.
could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious. There's a little pause. He says nothing as well. He does not know what to reply. Looks out of the window, then back at you. It's morning outside. You think.
You know what I think about solving crimes?
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Solving crimes is almost impossible.
It can feel that way sometimes, yes.
He sounds surprisingly weary.
Not ready to give up, are you?
No. Are you ready to limp? Good.
I'm ready.
Where do you want to limp to?
The lieutenant did mention doing more ballistics.
Should check Clausia's room upstairs.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
Now back to that thought we had.
Magnesium-based life form. We tell them, hell no. We're about to become a magnesium-based life form. The age of the primitive carbon man is done. No longer must mankind rely on slow-working background radiation to take us further into our genetic destiny. This is the era of guided evolution, and magnesium is the key. You are the first of your species. The next step in human evolution. An advanced magnesium proto-man who mags it up, drinks it down, and sniffs it sideways.
It's been a very fun playthrough to watch, by the way. I'm glad. +2 volition, -1 logic. Oh, we have 2 points to invest. Okay. Well. Huh. You know what? Just get rid of this already. Let's put a new thought in the brewer. Forget that one. Back to Wasteland of Reality. Come on, like little physical plus to raise the EC cap. I wish I could. That's not an option, actually. I'm clicking. I'm gonna keep that one around in case there's a white check we need to retry. Gleaming white enamel, no walls inside. Oh, the door's open, you can walk into Kim's room. That's where this leads? Supplies in the cupboard.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
Apocalyptic visions of the darkest man darkness. I thought I was dead for a moment.
Back there on the plaza, I think you very nearly had a heart attack. Alcoholism has damaged you more than bullets have.
It's a bathroom with 2 doors. No, no, not again. No. 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 Don't. No. I don't like that. How's the ceiling fan?
The fan stands still.
Windows better. Stereo has been reunited with its right speaker. Did I have my armor on? No, I didn't. Alright, well. That sucks. Make sure to have that on. Like her, so maybe if you don't run, it'll be okay. Aye, aye.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift.
Seems she
It's
left in a
hardly
hurry.
surprising.
You look at her rough, jagged handwriting on the note. She was in a rush, but not panicked. Deliberate. Focused.
I am not drawing my gun, yet. But I don't like gifts.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note. Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
I feel bad for Necktie Chan.
The medicine cabinet is empty. Pity.
Really clean this out.
She said,
Oh, whoops. What'd you think of the tribunal? I think the tribunal was good. I think that was a very good scene. It's almost how she wanted to go out.
Two neon-lit
Oh
shapes.
my god.
A man and a woman. Only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna
Another loose
outside
end tied up.
to the cupboard
Man.
in the wall.
What am I gonna do? She's still with us in a sense, but I miss
this
her.
is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez. B, it suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime. The island in the bay.
Yep.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
So
I remember.
Viewer. How did she know how to
She
do
was
this?
there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass. It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
Of course we don't
I don't
trust
know.
her.
At this point,
What difference does it make?
Only from
So
the
it
words that we
is.
haven't ruled out yet.
For a second he seems tired.
Seem unenthusiastic.
I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep these past few days.
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything.
Let's go to the island.
There, across the grey water, amidst crumbling concrete, a birch tree, and the half-sunken ruins of a flak tower.
The ruins of
Could be the makings of a sniper's nest.
Why not? Military fortifications are made for that kind of thing.
I'm going to the island. Are you in?
Of course, of course. I mean, how do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone.
Well, yeah, the net.
Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
It's time for the beach episode. It's time for the beach episode, and Best Girl isn't here to see it. She'll be with us in spirits. I miss her so much. Hi, Gart.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
I did. Thank you. Big improvement.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. I give credit where credit is due, and that was crazy. To throw a petroleum bomb at him and then miss. Maybe not super effective.
You gotta bring up the
but
fact that
very
I missed,
crazy.
huh?
I was watching until that, then crawled inside. Bullets started flying. Anyway, I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that. Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
Yeah, no, Lena and Moral are not.
Ah, them. Nice people. But no. Lena said they were going back to Jamrock. I saw them pass by outside. This was before the fight started. I'm glad she got out of here before all that. Bullets flying and stuff. People inside were quite terrified, you know.
It's for the best.
Yes, you know. And I went outside and took care of it. Everybody calmed down. Felt like the right thing to do.
He's almost completely forgotten what this began with.
I mean, you're a detective. Perhaps you can track them down. Shouldn't be that hard.
Exactly, but all in due time. Crypto business is not a priority right now.
You'll see her again one day. You know it. Things went like they did for a reason.
Oh, fine, hero cop. Lena left a forwarding address.
Nice.
1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock.
Happened to the man with the
I
sunglasses.
don't remember everyone who comes here. And many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad.
I wonder if I could have just taken everything now that he's not there. Where were you?
Where was I? How do you think I know the crazy shit you pulled off out there? I was there, out on the balcony, protecting my establishment.
Oh, I didn't see him.
So, yeah, I guess I'm what you call a badass.
Yes, you are a badass. Just nod, stoically. You say it as two different words like that, it sounds like there's something wrong with your ass. Stoically.
He nods back at you, even more stoically. Just two badass men nodding stoically.
Hell yeah.
Make that three. The lieutenant
Hell
is
yeah.
nodding too, hands crossed.
Just a couple of badasses all nodding at each other. Alright.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
Bye, guard. Hello there, gendarme.
Hi again, gendarme.
You have nothing new to say. I feel
Bye-bye,
like you're
gendarme.
not supposed to be here still. Hey, guys.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his beer can in welcome.
Oh, it's you. Didn't think we'd see you walking anytime soon. Elaine, look. It's the cowardly cop.
Huh? What?
He's very, very drunk.
Our condolences for your losses.
Is he okay?
Does he look like he's okay?
Yeah, no.
He does not. His unshaven face is almost grey, and he reeks of piss, sweat, and booze.
Suppose that was a dumb
No
question.
shit, Marlon.
Gonna happen to the Hardy Boys now that Titus is dead.
Titus is fucking dead.
What's gonna happen to the Hardy Boys? Look around you, man. This shit is done. There are no more Hardy Boys.
Like the hauling containers in the harbor?
No, man. I don't know. I guess the Union will still be policing the neighborhood, but who's gonna do it now?
You, Eugene.
Me? No, man. I'm not a leader. You know, Titus only recruited me because I play the guitar. Said the team could use the morale boost.
If any of them had leadership capacity beside Titus, it's him. Keep encouraging him.
Eugenie boys. There's a ring to it.
What? Fuck no. If I'd stay, we'd keep the name to honor Titus.
Hardy boys without a Hardy? That's stupid. I mean, Hardy doesn't sound bad either. It's a noble thought. You're gonna do alright. No one is born to lead.
Titus was, but thanks for the vote of confidence. If I don't stick around, it's all over. So, I guess I sort of have to now.
Yeah, man. You know, you got this. You got this.
I haven't got shit, Al.
There's something there. A germ of determination. He knows he has no choice.
But damn songbird of misery, that one.
And do you have any information on this songbird of misery?
God said she took off sometime before the firefight. That's all. Trying to remember if there was anything. Oh yeah, he said she seemed to be in a real hurry.
She's gone. Face it.
Yeah.
Move on. There's no catching her this time around.
Yeah, you too. It's a rough world out there. It's not easy being a cop. We were too hard on you. Both of you. We shouldn't have fucked with you like we did. You got between us and a lot of bullets in that fight. Matinees owes you one.
That's kind of you to say. Take care of your friend, okay?
I will. You take care of yours.
A sharp pain shoots up your side and into your stomach. You must not look too good. Luckily, it passes.
Yeah, I feel like you really shouldn't be here still. I'm gonna guess this is, Cindy's doing.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Skull.
Like Cindy the Skull finally found the words for her masterpiece.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it. Yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday. And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
Step back, Lieutenant.
The fuel oil catches fire immediately with an ominous hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the letters. Black smoke rises from the burning message.
Been policed, Martinez. Say nothing.
The lieutenant has taken a small step back. He looks at your face illuminated by the flames and nods silently. Then the fire falters. The flames warmed him too. Not at all in a bad way.
Let's go to that island.
Slowly, the flames subside, the fuel burning out. The air still smells of mazout and springtime.
Very cool. Hey, Gaston.
Mon Dieu! You set it on fire! What kind of a policeman are you?
Speaking of lighting the dull shores of mediocrity, you're welcome, Martinez. Policeman of the state yet to come.
Oh, okay. Well, I certainly have full confidence in your competence. And the future.
Bye for now. Kim, is your car okay?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Something is wrong. No reply. Only...
It's been this way for a while now.
Oh.
My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations and jamming out our communications to protect themselves from Cronel.
I see.
It only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected. Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if we don't want us cut off the grid completely. No more dangerous than stepping between 3 armed mercenaries and 8 Union men, I hope.
Glances over his shoulder.
I don't like it either, but that's the way it is. The street seems safe enough to me. If anything, taking out the mercs made things calmer. For now. You can try calling again. Just don't mention the tribunal. And remember, they are listening in.
Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. If anything, everything sounds too okay. In the cabin, you see...
Okay. Hey, Tommy.
My man, you're alive.
Alive, limping with
Almost.
punctured lung.
Kind of. Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. Had a strong sense of finality to it. So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show. Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you, but hey, you're still breathing, right? Okay.
Is it wise to... The lieutenant, what are you doing?
That's it. Can't
That's
share
probably for the best. You keep...
That's all for now. Oh boy. The racist is gone. The evil has been defeated. I need some drugs.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with...
Okay, here. I hope so. Okay, here. I hope. Okay, here. Okay, here. Okay, here. Okay, here. Okay, here.
Okay, here. Okay, here. Okay, here. How you doing, manana? Oh, hold on. We'll get to that later. What's going on here? That's for sure.
This found ate as the smell of cigarette. There's something on you close the rusty...
Okay, what's going on with this?
The old king and his horse have been covered in posters with radical slogans like "No kings, no bosses," and again and once more after that. At the bottom of the posters, in smaller lettering, are details about meeting at a local coffee house.
Looks like the students took your advice to heart, detective.
Hey, nice. Pale driver is gone. Okay. Let's talk to Manana. See how things shook out here. Is Measurehead up there? No more Measurehead. Just Manana. Okay, here.
The boyadero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
Danger comes with the boyadero lifestyle, right?
There are types of danger. The one I'm usually concerned with is lung cancer or getting mauled by wildlife, not bullets. It calls back to an older era where this was commonplace, though. You have a true boyadero heart. Hiding, gathering themselves. The harbor's in full lockdown, friend. No getting in or out. Time will tell. I'll tell Everard you dropped by. I'm sure he'll be glad. I'll be okay here, doing lookout. Quite the sight, aren't they? Getting to like that red I am. Don't worry about me. I live to alleviate the worries of our brothers. See if any insane killers turn up. Then I'll run. And live.
Not a good shot, eh?
I'm sure I'll be luckier than you, friend.
Hey, nice. Still brushing your beard. Thoughtfully. As a wizard should. So now we have 2 skill points we can spend. In case I fuck up a really important check. Which, let me check. All of this shit is still here. Finished Easter prep, aka sewing bunnies. Nice! Hope they turned out well. Kuno's still here. Hey Kuno, I took a bullet. You still not gonna talk to me?
Shit, pig.
Oh.
You got torn up bad there. Bled like a fucking pig.
Holy shit.
Kuno hopes you learned your lesson and Kuno doesn't have to send his guys after you again. Now, what you want from Kuno?
Holy shit! Talked to Manana about the armor. Told me you promised to stick the pigs on him. He said to thank you. Wasn't too keen on chasing down an armor away. Says you're now the king of the entire Jamrock?
North Jamrock? Kuno meant everything north of 881. The rooster fucked Kuno's words up. Kuno doesn't do south. Doesn't fuck with the madre.
Kuno sent your fat ass running around like jello.
Look, pig. Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened. Now you and Kuno should move on.
Good idea.
Yes, let's move on.
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. Don't be saying what Kuno said back to Kuno. Get the fuck out of here, Patterson Kuno. After this shit, you better have something real interesting to say if you want to stay in Kuno's face.
Yeah, real interesting.
I know you took the locusts.
Yeah. Kuno took the bugs. So what?
So it wasn't a phasmid. A wave of disappointment washes over you.
Oh, I was really hoping it would be the Reed Phasma, not you, Kuno. Am I still locust? Couldn't,
Yeah, well, Kuno's all you got, bitch.
Say you don't give a fuck about bugs, and then you go and build a whole bug town.
It's not Bugtown. It's the city of locusts. Locusts aren't just bug shit. They come out of the sky like a fucking shadow. Shit descends.
I see.
Stop!
You stop. It's like their fucking night. Locust City, Night City, City of Rage.
The girl forces herself to watch again, the corners of her eyes twitching from discomfort.
City of Rage sounds like a cool place.
Kuno, the pig wants to help you. Oh, that's how lame it is. Please just don't say you're
an artist. Maybe I am an artist. You hear that, everyone? I'm a fucking artist now.
He didn't even say Kuno's an artist. He said, I'm an artist. He's speaking in the first person. We're making progress. Art is a worthy calling. I'm something of an artist myself.
Oh my god, Kuno! He's gonna make you totally lame in, like, 3 seconds. Don't let him, Kuno.
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free.
Don't give
Kuno
way.
made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno can make himself into a... Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Damn.
Don't make
Power
yourself
of God
into
in his
a pig,
hands.
Kuno. You'll have to take me away.
In it, you hear snow melting, dripping from the eaves. Someone closing a window.
Depends on the choices you make, young girl.
Without a word, she disappears entirely behind the fence. For once, the boy is lost for words. He turns completely red now, with splotches of white beginning to appear across his face. Use this momentary confusion to take control of the situation.
I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is all lame now. C was right.
The girl's face appears again, above the fence, just long enough to make eye contact with Kuno.
It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit. Build shit when he's zipping hard. Fuck. Pig. You really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame.
What's gonna happen with the
Kuno's
locusts?
gonna let the fucking locusts die.
Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
The fuck are they trying to catch anyway?
Insulinian Phasmid.
He recognizes the name.
Wait, you know what the Insulinian Phasmid is?
Bitches think Kuno doesn't know shit. The fuck out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit.
There's silence between the two children. They're not saying anything to each other, nor looking in each other's direction.
Okay, is that fine? Oh my god, it's finally off my list. Oh.
The girl is
Kuno, so you don't hate me anymore.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Talk about your
The
shack
fuck
again.
do you
Heard
good
enough of
call?
this.
Pig, watch out. Who knows?
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, genuine question. Give me an estimate. If I go to the island right now, how much time is left in this game? 1 to 2 hours. At least an hour. Okay. Not enough for another full stream, then. Shit. Well, there's other side stuff that I can pursue. So here's what we'll do. Call it here. And then finish tomorrow. All wrapped up. That should be good. A lot of meat to the nightclub. I don't think I'm going to get to do the nightclub. Unless it's thawed out now after it's been a couple of days.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a...
Doesn't look like it.
This orange machine is dead still. It has...
So I don't think I can get into the nightclub. Or get that nightclub thing going, rather. What's that? Is that the bottle of spirits? She's with us in spirit. Yeah, we'll call it there. And then... tomorrow, we will finish it all off. A sip of vodka away from creating the most powerful nightclub. I don't think it's gonna reset the check. But, yeah, we've been at it for a while. Why is my volition... why is that so high? Oh, right. That raised my volition by 2. Gotcha. Okay. Doesn't matter. Alright. So, that'll be all for today. And we'll finish it out tomorrow. Sounds good. I'm sad that Necktie Chan died for nothing, but again, she will be with us in spirit in more ways than one. So, have a good one, folks. Tomorrow, we'll finish it out. See ya.